Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, where you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two-Face, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Hi, Travis. Yeah, I just did a 2 minute. I wanted to see. It was too dark. That was what I saw. Hey, Chloe, how are you? So, was listening in earlier, and the computer's been kind of acting slightly, slightly funky dunky here. With I couldn't see anything that I posted in the chat for in Milky Way. So I was typing it in, and I didn't see nothing, and I was like, I could see other people's remarks, but so, but anyway, so here I am. I had to reboot um, the channel, and lo and behold, I could see the posts that I had already made and other people's remarks, and I was like, well, my posts were going in, but it wasn't. I couldn't see them for whatever reason. So anyway, whatever. Let's say hello to Bob. Hi, Miss Pearl. How are you? Did I say hi, Travis? I think so. I hope you all are doing well. So I was trying to get some ambiance going, and with mood lighting. With I got candles. I got some sage I was burning, and so I was thinking, I'm trying too many back to back. Oh man, that'll hurt you. Been there, done that, unfortunately. So, but anyway, I was trying to get. So I got two candles here that really aren't doing much as far as light is concerned. But it's ambiance to me. Yeah, it's ambiance to me. What does that mean? So, um, I think it was Lionel Richie way back when he wrote they did a song called "Dancing on the Ceiling." Dancing on the ceiling, do 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 do. Anyway. So, in thinking about this dancing in the twilight. Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? In this idea of dancing in the twilight, what exactly do I mean by that? Do I mean spirit dancing? Do I mean, dancing in your head? And I kind of want to say that it depends on what you want to make the dance. Now, to many folks in the spiritual realm, and of course, this does have something to do with you and me and the rest of the folks on this planet, in that we share energy. So most people, most folks, except if they're getting their feet, stepped on or whichever, most folks would agree that um, dancing is I did hear him growl. Okay, see, I thought I heard him growl, but he didn't do anything. So, but anyway, there's all kind of critters that run around outside the house. We do live, next to the swamp here. But does is all dancing, happy dance? Well, one would say, well, there are those countries and peoples who dance with a dirge. It's just wailing and moaning, and it's sort of more like a writhing, and it's not really a dance, but it kind of sort of is. So it's like but most people associate dancing um, with happiness. We're gonna, dance till to the cows come home, which they should already be in the barn, but we're gonna dance till our feet fall off. We're gonna dance. We're gonna be happy. Most of the time, that means that, right? Now, different cultures have different things, but for us, this particular conversation and these candles do not seem to be doing anything for the lighting. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe right there, but I'd have to hold it here. That ain't gonna do that. You know what I mean? Hey, y'all, how you doing there? So this being a Saturday night, and just before we go to Sunday meeting kind of thing tomorrow, for those folks who do, and all hail and everything for that. That some of these Baptists, don't agree with dancing. Dancing is a sin. You know why it's a sin? Because dancing leads to other things like kissing and a hugging and other things like that. So, but I kind of wanted to. I was thinking, excuse me, in terms of all kind of terms. I didn't have any particular terms in mind when I was thinking dancing. Although you know me, I'm not always, but kind of sort of prone to the drum, right? And so my thinking was that, with the elders that I have read about, talked with, and so forth, and now that I seem to be an elder, which is cool in a lot of ways, but I never thought I'd get here. Still working on that part. So a little bit of sage here to bless this little meeting with us all, to bring good energy here into the house and everything. And I'm going to have to go turn that fan on because it's muggy down here in the house tonight. Oops. Ain't nothing down there to catch on fire. No, thank goodness for concrete floors. I think to some people, they would imagine that I live in a barn. I mean, whoops, oh, better get those ashes up. Nah, it's concrete floor. It'll be okay. Just add another stain to the concrete. What, Dave? What are you talking about? Okay. The candles are going to have to go, or at least over here. Let me do a little rearranging. But anyway, before I do that, I wanted to just kind of sort of start out, this evening with my drum. You see how big it is? It's as bigger than my head, and I'm a fat head. In this day and age of craziness, there's so many things that people are worried about right now, and so many things to kind of sort of worry yourself about, I gotta say. But when I started hearing the drum for the first time, it's been a long time ago. I went to a powwow and I hung out with the folks. Didn't really know what was going on, but I felt in my soul that something was different. I could hear the drum. Hey, 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 So when I first started hearing the drum with Native Americans, I was like, something inside me just clicked. And they said, well, we're going to have an intertribal. And intertribal what? We're going to have an intertribal dance. That means you can come in and dance with us. Really? Me? I'm a white man. That was before I knew about my Native heritage, right? But something inside me said, I like to dance. Way, hey, way, hey, 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 So this is my story of my drum. This is the story a little bit to get us into the dancing in the twilight. Because when I heard the drum and I felt with my feet and I got inside the circle and danced at the powwow, they didn't really care how I danced. They didn't care how my feet were moving. Nobody said, hey, Dave, that's before my true Hawkeye came out. But Dave, we don't care if your feet are, you got two left feet. We don't care. And then from then, yeah, this drum's for everybody. It's just not for me. Because I could sit here and do the drum and never turn on the, the YouTube. But tonight it was sort of about, connection with the earth and connecting with the spirit. And our spirit is always connected to the universe. We just, a lot of us don't understand that we are, or that we believe we are. So, but the drum is the heartbeat of Mother Earth. Now, I cannot hit those high notes, y'all. I'm not even going to try, okay? And for those of you who've heard that, I cannot hit those notes, sorry. So I have to be an octave or two lower. But to hold a drum, to be close to a drum, and to feel the vibration of the drum, it's to me, it's magical, okay? Now, the Celts have their own, and I've worked with some folks in the Celtic, and I thought very much for a long time because I did rune readings, and I thought I was Celtic. And then I realized one day that when the Creator sent a messenger and they said, sorry, guy, you got the wrong tribe. The Celts are a wonderful tribe of people, and there's a lot of things that I can relate to and with, and the people that I've met of the Celtic folks. But I and my spirit is Native American. Now, maybe some of my ancestors came from Ireland, or in that region, we'll say. And in fact, if I do have relatives that came from there, but from France and then over to England and around, right? So, but for me, the drum is not the Celtic drum, although, like I say, I aspire to it. I love the river dance kind of thing, right? There's something about the, not moving your arms, which is weird, and just moving your feet, like river dance. And listen, if you've never tried it or have ever tried it, you try to keep up with 1 3-minute song with them folks doing that dance, right? With the clogging type style. Holy mackerel. You'll feel like you have ran around the block a dozen times. So with me and the drum, so it came to a point where I realized that I needed to have a drum. Your connection is unstable. Please wait till we try reconnecting. Are y'all still here? It's interesting because I can see my modem over there, and nothing's going crazy. But Bob, we love you. So, but in the dancing in the twilight, a lot of native powwows, go into the evening at night and around the fire. So it's twilight. There's that, like I'm trying to reproduce here with the candlelight, right? And candles and the flicker and and the campfire and around the fire and the drum and the stories and the night sky that you look up and you see the night sky. Hey, Isby, have I missed anybody? Chloe, Isby, Pearl, anybody else? We love you. So dancing, you say, well, this is kind of hard to dance to. This ain't really like we're going to shuck and jive. We're going to kick our moccasins off to this, right? No, but it's the type of dance that it is. It's a happy dance in that, there's nothing dirgy about it. It's slow. But so in my prayer is like, in my thinking while I'm drumming, so there is my prayer with the drum. For those of you who haven't seen my drum, this is where I almost burned it to death up against the fire one time. But it's been been a good drum. It's a little it was a little funky earlier. There's one spot in the middle of the drum where if I put my thumb up from the back, if it ain't in the middle, it really sounds bad. Not that it sounds good, but so the dancing in the twilight. For me and Native and for some other Native Americans, you hear this and it gets the beat going slow. It doesn't mean that you're being slow, but you hear that beat in the background. It's hey dum 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 dum. Hey oh hey wa hey wa. Hey, to wait, wait, wah, wah. Hey, cool, wait, hey, hey, wah, ha. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, wah. Hey, wah, 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 hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Hey, wah, 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 hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Oh, oh, oh. So the tempo can pick up. But for me in the native drum, now I'm just talking about this to kind of get everybody warmed up, and there is this feeling that you just sort of get this little after a while. You're just kind of tapping your foot, and it's not real fast, and it's dum dum dum, and you know do 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 right. So and it makes some folks just kind of stand up and dance in place. Now I was going to try this out, and I'm sitting lower than my chair, which is right there. And standing up to dances, all you're going to see is my shorts, my big red underwears. They're shorts, but But so dancing in the twilight, dark in the back, right? Dark outside. Dancing in the twilight can be a metaphorical thing too. Like, okay, so I'm only going to dance at night, which is not really, that's not it, right? The twilight it's almost sundown and the sun's going down and like here in the summertime and during early fall, you can feel the temperatures start to change a little bit, and you're just so glad because the skeeters ain't chasing you around, and you've lit a little fire, and maybe somebody that you care about or you love, or maybe just a good friend, or maybe it's just you and the animals, right? Me and my 7 cats and my dog, right? And that you sit around with your friends and your neighbors and whoever that is, and you just share it. The fire is crackling, so I can hold up this candle. So the fire is crackling. We're having a drum circle inside the house, because this camera just ain't going to show it right. But so I'm not really faking it, but I'm trying to give you this idea that we're all sitting around the campfire and we're sharing the fire. And from where you're sitting, the fire looks different. From where I'm sitting, the fire looks different, but it's the same fire, right? So we share a song, we share a laughter, we share a story. And in that is the dance. All of it is the dance. It isn't just the movement of the feet. The whole thing is a dance. It's a candle. It's lighting the sage. You say, well, Hawkeye, that sounds a lot like a ceremony. Maybe. Maybe the ceremony is the dance. And maybe the dance is the ceremony. Because every time I try to do a ceremony and I use my drum, my feet tap. So I'm dancing down here with my legs. I'm there going up and down, right? Hey, wah, hey, hey, wah, hey, hey. Okay, so what does this mean to the rest of us who kind of grew up on rock and roll or maybe country? There ain't nothing wrong with that, let me tell you. But it's that when certain songs that get you to tap into your foot, right? Maybe you're singing along. So as you're singing along and tapping your finger on the steering wheel, waiting on the traffic or driving down the highway, and all that kind of stuff, is that the dance then is your finger tapping. You're kind of boogieing in your seat, right? So you're dancing. So a lot of folks are dancing in their seat, right? Is it twilight? Not necessarily, but in the dream state. So if you're driving down the highway, you got to pay attention where you're going. And you got to do this and you got to do that. And you got to pick the kids up and you got to make sure you get milk and you got to make sure you don't hit that dog that just run out in front of you. But it's in the twilight of your brain. What do you mean? Because you're focused on all these other things, hopefully, and you don't run into the car in front of you, right? But you're dancing in your heart, right? So your spirit is dancing. I'm listening to the tune, blah, 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 driving down the highway, then, whoops, there's the car, hit the brake, blah, you're still dancing. Yeah, and you're in your basement. Right, dancing with the spirits. Right, spirit dancing. So there is actual dancing with spirits, okay? And then there's the spirit dance, okay? Now, different tribes, different folks and stuff, they come up with different ways of what is the spirit dance. Now, y'all hold on to that for just a minute, okay? I'm going to turn everything around. This chair right here is uncomfortable. Can I try something out on y'all since y'all just hanging around and we're just waiting around here? I was going to do a 20 right away, but I want to try something. I put strings on my guitar, right? And they've had a chance to stretch, and I wanted to see how it sounded. These strings. This is an old Fender. I need to do a quick tune while we sit here and chat. But hello in there. Ooh, it's got a nice harmonic. Now, for those folks who play guitar and this 432 and all this kind of thing, I did some fooling around, and without having to look up 432 every time, I found out that on this little pea picker tuning device, there are little dots before you get to the top of the, it's perfectly. Um, and if I want 432 instead of 440, I take it to the almost not, but not quite straight up and down tuning. So I tune it flat, which 432 is tuned actually flat. If you, so these are Dario strings. Hey, Green Houdini, how are you? And I've noticed that by simple, now I tune them all to the same little dot on this tuner, and I haven't checked it exactly to 432, but I checked it years ago and I was pretty close. Now that's a little sharp. There we go. Come on, Bumpy. I just put batteries in this. I'm going to have to get a new one, I guess. too many things down here in the swamp that just, if they get a little bit of too much moisture, things just go wonky after a while, right? Now, I put these on the other day, and I tuned it, like I normally do, but new strings are they're gonna stretch. So I put the capo on it, and this is an old Fender. It doesn't sound too bad. The strings are a little close together for me, so I mean, it's like my fingers bump, and sometimes it's difficult to make a D. And because I haven't played in a while, it's like, so 432 is 1/2 semitone lower than 440. Basically, yes, it'd be, because I've noticed that. See, I tuned it all to the same little note, but it ain't tuned to all the way up, and the notes sound cleaner. That's a D, and it just sounds so much cleaner. There's an F sounds better. Tin soldiers and Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming for Dad in Ohio. I went to Ohio, and there were dead people there, but nobody that I knew, and but anyway. So I just wanted to see if hey, Witch Moon. So I mean, I know this is just the cheap, Logitech camera, microphone, and everything, and I'm maybe sitting too close, but I just wanted to check this out and see as part of the dancing thing. Oh wait, I was going to think of a dance tune, and you were born in Ohio twice, just once for me that I'm aware of, anyway. Let's see. Grandma said when she went down to town, the old barn dance in the old barn was always forming out. Yeah, we all got together and sang along, and we all did do-si-do. And when the moon was bright, and when the moon was bright, we'd sing and dance all night. Sing and dance all through the night, and sing and dance all through the night at the old country jamboree. But anyway, so that's just a little, so you pick the tempo up, and for all them old country folks, and I'm just trying to, I couldn't think of another song, tell you the truth. I'm doing this on the fly, really. I had not planned on doing any of this except just to light some candles, do the drum, talk about dance, talk about music, talk about the energy of all of it. So, anyway, so a little music to just, so new string stretching and tune into that's like I said, without getting out another thing and going to the 432 thing. Um, the notes and the chords that I play just seem more in tune. I mean, they just do. I've been playing a guitar for a long time, and when somebody told me about the 432, because sometimes when you try to get that B note just right, I got a new capo. I got the cheap one, and I think I got what I paid for. Oh. Hear that little twang in there? Four and 20 years ago, I come into this land. Son of a woman and a man who lives in strife. He was tired of being poor, but he worked like the devil to be more. And he worked like the devil to be more. Different kind of poverty now upsets me so. Night after a sleepless night, I walk the floor and I want to know, why am I so alone? Can I bring her home? Have I driven her away? Is she gone? Morning comes the sunrise and I'm a-driven to my bed. See that it is empty and there's a devil's in my head. I embrace the many-colored beast. I grow weary of the torment, can there be no peace? And I find myself just wishing that I might go to sleep. Ooh, do, 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 do. I'm trying to see what it sounds like with the capo on. It's very, these strings are very twangy to me, but anyway. So Isby, sleep well, be safe. So hang on, gang. I gotta turn the fan on. It's really muggy in here tonight. Let me reposition me and my table and etc. I don't think it's really going to matter about these here candles. I was trying to, you know, have an ambiance with y'all tonight. So anyway, thank you for putting up with my little musical tirade there. And practicing. That's for those of you who say, well, I've talked about it. I was going to put new strings on. I was going to practice, and I'll see strings are on. So, and one of the things these last few days, ow, holy crap. That's really hot. Ooh, ow. I burned myself. That's going to leave a mark. It's warm in here tonight. Boy, the glass got hot from that candle. Wowzers. Be careful with that stuff. So, but anyway, so with the music and everything, if we're going to dance, usually there's a tune that goes with it, right? So regardless of whether we're dancing in our heads or we're dancing physically, and I'll figure out another way. I would like to do a live feed dance, but well, thank you, Jeannie. I need practice. It's been a while. My fingers don't have calluses on them. That particular guitar, like I said, the strings are a little closer together than my other one sitting over there, but it needs new strings. And I haven't got to the second one. So I'm doing this because if I play the guitar for a minute or two, like some of you folks, I promised I was going to do a hootenanny one night, just do an hour's worth of music and stuff, and just for the hell of it, right? And tonight was just dancing and music and stuff. And I decided, since I was sitting, this chair here has got arms in it and I can't hold a guitar, so that I would just try it. So thank you. My dad likes playing the blues. Yeah. Speaking of which, and we're on the music thing tonight, kind of, sort of, and dancing, right? I talked about my the new harmonicas that I got, and it don't have what they are on the outside. I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm getting my harmonica out. I wanted to, since you said blues. Oh, this one's a C. All right, let me see. You hear Duggar in the background? I forgot about this. Can you hear him in the background? He's going, oh, I'm going to have to let him outside. That's why I haven't played. He's like, can you hear him? He's sitting over there on the couch. I'm sorry, Duggar. LOL, everybody. He does not like that D harp, right? Could you hear him? Oh, goodness gracious! I got water coming up, so I'm crying. You know, it's some. But here's the thing to all this. So I I don't want to torment him, but I really want to see what he does with this C harp, because you know they all hit. You know, um, there are some people that swear they can play anything on one harp. Okay, you go for it. But they have harps in different keys for a reason, you know. But just say it. But there are those harmonica folks that say, "Well, you don't need a harmonica in a different key." Well, if you play with a lot of different people, you will, because if somebody's playing a song in G with their guitar, and you got a B flat harp, you're going to have some trouble. There's only going to be a few notes you're going to be able to actually share together. But anyway. Come and sit by my side, little darling, and bid me adieu. You remember the Red River Valley and the girl that loved you so true. But when I pick up a harmonica, all these old songs come through my head, like I'm sitting on a wagon train somewhere, or I'm playing Dixie, with the Confederates. But it didn't bother him near as bad because the notes were lower. But anyway, I won't pick on him. But so anyway, for those folks of you who've been around for a long time, and I have said, I swear I'm going to open up the music in me again. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. Okay, it's 1 o'clock? I don't want to miss the 20. I'm all loaded and ready to go. Oh crap, I got 20 minutes. Man, this is this is no good. Thank you very much. I have sang, sung, sang in theater, in plays and musicals and such like that. And it's I'm gonna 420 anywhere. So I really did burn myself. Honest to goodness, I got me a blister already. I put a candle in this, and it burnt down. It's a little votive candle, and I went to move it, and this glass was so hot it singed my finger there. That's all right. I'll live. But to the point, I had no idea, and I couldn't just drop it because it had hot wax and everything, and that would have been messy. But so, one of the things that you y'all have been putting up with me, and I've been talking about my, my old age problems and that sort of thing. Oh no. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. I think I might have just dropped my brand new glass pipe. Holy crap. I did. Shoo! It ain't broke. That's nice. There's a place in town the other day I went to check out here in Moultrie. And I was heading for the dollar store, but it hadn't been that way in a while. It was closed. So, but there's what was a very large dollar store is now a very large smoke store. I mean, they've got $100,000 or more in. They got hookahs. I mean, they got 4 and 5 foot tall hookahs. I mean, but anyway, so this is I just like the green color and the fact that, it's very small. I can just slip it in my hand. And, well, it was $10. Some places have them cheaper, but, this day and age, $10 for a little, glass pipe. I'm cool with it. But anyway, so was looking for something else and ended up going to the store. Man, oh my God, the hookahs and the this and holy mackerel, man, let me tell you. So in Moultrie, Georgia, and the guy was real nice, and we chatted, and I spent, 15 minutes in the store and, bought a few items. And one of my other items is this, it was the only one, and, I like the different colors. So that's black and silverish. And, I like these because they're sort of smokelish. And all of these parts are parts for putting putting lamps together. Okay. And but all these little fittings and so forth, if you were buy them now, I think this was like $15 or maybe 20. But to the point though, I wanted something I could put a butt in that wouldn't fall out and that was basically kind of sort of smokeless. Um, you know, for those times, which aren't very many, mind you, but when I just want to take a toke and nobody, I don't want anybody else around. So it isn't quite smokeless, but it does keep your stuff from falling out. So that's more important to me than to being smokeless. Hey, Max. I may have inspired that. I dropped by, and Max, I'm so sorry, but my audiophile ears, the scratchiness was getting me, and I tried my best to hang in there a little longer, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't understand what you were saying, and I will come back again. I'm now subscribed to your channel, and after all this time, we ain't even close to being even, but no, I did show up. I promised you I would, and see that's one of the things I'm trying to point out to folks. There's I don't want to say what's her name, but in the chat on Milky Way Soul Tribe earlier, Trina. Anyway, God, if you watch this, honey, I'm sorry. There's a Tina and a Trina. I can't remember which one she is. I think it's Trina. But anyway, she was talking about weighing 265 pounds after her kids, right? And she was talking about this and that. And she goes, I made a comment about, yeah, I'm 69, and the older I get, sleep seems to be more of an issue, that you're supposed to have more of it or something. And boy, the mosquito bite right there on my forehead. But she goes, I'm young at heart. And I was like, I don't remember anybody ever telling me that I remember that I was young at heart, like, okay, that's cool, right? That's a very nice compliment. But anyway, it just tickled me. But in that though, there are folks that are in their 50s that don't have near as much, at least within their own speech or how they act or they want to act or whatever. Friend of mine called me up today and he goes, well, the missus might want to come by and see you, blah, 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 blah. And I said, okay. I said, if they're going to come and stop by for a few minutes, make sure they don't wait till 5 o'clock, because I just might go to the river. It's not supposed to rain tomorrow. The weather's been nice. The kayak's on the truck. I finally got my radiator in, which everybody was talking about radiators. That's interesting. You know, Robert was talking about radiators and stuff. I put my radiator in yesterday, and I'm like, that was weird, but synchronicity. But for me, I've been working on going to fix this thing for years now. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. And deer hit the truck and cracked it, and I just, well, I'll fix it. Well, I'll do this. Well, I haven't. I have now. It's done. Okay. It's in. The new one's in. The old one's out. You know what I mean? And I changed another part out today. And I did this other thing. And I'm like, so there have been several things that I've had an issue with in my head. I can't seem to work. I get right up to doing it, and then something happens. And so I have made it since my birthday. I'm using it as my excuse. But since my birthday, I refuse to just go, to sit around going, well, I'll get to that tomorrow. No, get your nappy ass up and go try to do it now or do something, right? So radiator's in. I got it changed out. I've done these other things, put strings on the guitar. I've got, harmonicas back. So my promise to me, and I kind of sort of made it to y'all, is that, I'm going to do these things. This is what I have on my agenda. Why? Because they tried to wipe my brain out. All of these things were knocked off, locked off, and otherwise necessarily not available to me when I wanted to play the guitar or go ride in my truck or go fix my truck or be a mechanic. And so I'm pushing through those hurdles. Now, and guess what? I'm dancing because of it. Why? Because some of these things I have been threatening to do for the last couple of years, right? I mean, one thing, but so the completion of something lifts your heart, or at least it should. You go, finally, I got that sumbitch done. You know what I mean? So, but here's the thing: doesn't that make you want to dance? So the day was crappy. I had trouble putting in the darn um, um, radiator. One of the screws, it wouldn't go back in. The thing was different. I had to go, and I started to get frustrated. And I went, no, it's been a while since I worked on this kind of stuff. Let me just stop and look at the situation. So there are these little clips that go in the side of the radiator where you put your bolt in and they screw in, right? It's a little screw clip thingy, right? And well, the one they gave, it was wallered out somehow. So I was like, well, on the old one, I just took the old clip off, took the new clip off, replaced the new clip with the old clip, and tightened it right up, and I was done in 5 minutes with that. Now, everybody on YouTube is like, I changed out my radiator in 20 minutes. I'm sorry, it didn't take me 20 minutes, but I did get it done. Why is the radiator important? Because it's been looming over my head for the last 3 years. Why is this important that I got strings on the guitar? Because it was a portion of my brain that got destroyed and wasn't here anymore. It was a part of my personality that was missing. The music, I couldn't quite, I couldn't hear the music in my head anymore, which if you don't hear the music, it's kind of hard to hear the dancing. What? Okay, for those of you who just kind of tuned in and now almost an hour later, I started off with some Native American drum. And so it's the basis, not for everybody, but that drum basis is what gets your heart to thumping and your foot to tapping. And whatever the song is, it might be Inagata Davida by Iron Butterfly, because I'm thinking of the drum solo in there. Anyway, but to that point, so if the song doesn't have a drum in it, the song has a beat to it. Now, what's this got to do with the Twilight and all that? Because in our brains, in our on our subconscious, these songs reside. And it's in the twilight between consciousness and asleep. Now, this twilight zone, it's not a scary, evil place, although it can be at times, let me tell you. It's the fact that it's between the conscious and the subconscious. It's in the twilight. So it doesn't mean it's just not fully lit and it ain't completely dark, okay? So something, like me, something taps me and, I want to sing out in song. Okay, well, I didn't sit here and plan on it, but something triggered it. So in the twilight of my thoughts are these songs that reside. Now they do reside in my memory, okay? That's all a part of it. But if something triggers your brain and you start humming, I got you, babe. They say they say we're young and never mind, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got flowers in the spring. I've got you to wear my ring. And if you're sad, you're a clown. And if I get mad, you're always around. Yeah, they say your hair is too long, but anyway. I got you, babe. I got you, babe. But it's got a beat to it, right? So whether it's a church song, um, some of those old church spirituals, I love them. The harmony, the it's not about at church. It's not about us singing to Jesus or to God, but any singing that we do is always in touch with the universe. I mean, as I wrote down in the whatever the prologue, the title of the show, that dancing is what we need all the time. If we're sad, we need to dance. If you're smiling and driving down the road and tapping your finger, you're dancing, right? If you're tapping your finger on that steering wheel, blue, 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 blue. Every girl's crazy about a sharp dressed man. I mean, so, but are they really? You know, um, just for men, get the gray out anyway. People often have songs and music come to mind in remote viewing. Music is very emotional. I bet you. I would bet you, Max. Thank you. Pyramid Seven, how you doing? The river. Yeah, I might very well go to the river tomorrow. Because it has crested and it started back down. Just shave it. So the twilight of our brains doesn't mean it's old, decrepit, or whatever. Now, for those of us at my age, we think of ourselves, and I am doing my best to not do this, that we're in the twilight of our years. Okay. So when thinking about the dance and the twilight and the blah 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 blah. Last week I saw a thing. I think it was on 60 Minutes maybe, or something. An interview with Tony Bennett. He's like 90 years old and still singing. He's got old timers, but what they say that when they strike a chord on the piano, he knows what song it is. He remembers the words, but he can't remember yesterday. He can't remember what he had for supper or who he met. He can't remember, but the music stays with him. The music is in me. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. Feeling funky, feeling good. I'm in your neighborhood. Yeah, I got the music. But anyway, having been on stage and sang and performed, and there was no money in it necessarily for me. It was strictly for the love of the art, right, and the music and the sound and people getting together with harmony. That's why I really appreciate all you here, because it seems like we are in some kind of harmony. And I just think that in the universe, it's great. So to try to keep this together, it's almost 117. Okay. So on the 20 mark, I'm going to light this thing up again. Or maybe I'll light it up twice just because I missed the last one. But as you all know and chat with me and hanging out, I'm always talking about how we are always connected to the universe. It's not like a something or on Sundays or only when you light sage. We are always connected to the universe. And so when we sing, our vibrations are always we're attached to the universe. Now it was brought up in the memory thing with Milky Way tonight on the other show, but that where is memory stored? And here's one of the thoughts that I had when the discussion was going on, and I was like, our memories are stored in our brains, right? And I wrote this in the chat that our memories are electrical, right? So, and since the universe is electrical, our spirit, it being electrical and tied with our brain and the rest of us, is sort of like the mainframe. Because when our soul cries out in song, if you follow where I'm coming with this, it comes from the soul, the music. There are certain songs that I play or sing or whatever. I can't help it. It's going to come from my soul. That's the kind of music I want to present it that way. I want to sing it, not necessarily soul music per se, but the soul of the music, the feeling, the empathy, whatever, right? Whether it's a slow, oh Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen above anyway, at way back when I used to do the Lion Sleeps Tonight in falsetto, and everybody would do a wee ma way, a wee ma way, a wee ma way, a wee ma way, a wee ma way. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Oh, in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Everybody together would do a wee, oh, away, right? And so the wing away, a wing away, a wing in the background, right? So when everybody gets together would sing that, it would just, and I could hit the high notes in the old days, just for the hell of it, because I like to sing the song, but they would request it of me when I didn't quite have my voice to where I could make that falsetto change and hit them high notes, 20 past the hour. Thank you, Alexander, Ganji Shaman. So I have honestly, for a long time, I thought God had kind of sort of cursed me. But, then when I started, doing puppets and storytelling and things like that, um, I miss Howdy. Howdy who? Howdy, y'all. But, fire in the hole, there's a hole. But where I was fixing to go with this is that there were times when I was working with children, right? And this is an honest to God true story. I was in Fitzgerald, Georgia, and they had redone. I don't know if it's there now because it's been over 20 years ago. But nice stage, nice stage. Fit 100 like 150 seats in this theater, and not a big theater, but well, every single chair was filled with a child. Okay, from preschool to first grade, they had invited them all in. I was there for the day to do these stories and so forth. And when they finally got all the kids in there, um, that with a little bit of song, and now they would all ask, the teachers and folks would ask me, all these 125, 150 kids for an hour sat in their chairs and didn't make a fuss or anything. They were all glued on me, and some of them folks with, these little kids is way in the back, and I'm on a stage, and so. But here's the thing with my voice and what this tiny little figure, because when you're sitting in the back of the theater, you don't really look life size. You get smaller as you get back there, right? So for little kids to be entertained, and so I've asked myself, how did you do it? It's my energy that I put out with the song. It's whatever vibration, okay? It's because I wanted to get their attention. I wanted to entertain them. So there are other people who would like, okay, I'm here to like play for an hour, and they play music and then play a couple of songs, and the kids are talking and there's noise in the background. They would leave and I'd go on with the guitar and I'd do my thing, and I had everybody's attention. What did I do different that the other guy or girl that came after me that couldn't keep anybody's attention? What was it that I was doing that I could get their attention? And I think it was because I sent my energy into the universe, out to them, each and every one. I would look up and down the rows and look at the people, make contact with them, because I don't personally have any other explanation for it. Okay. Now I don't perform in public anymore or anything like that. Well, I guess this is public, but for my, having been in competitions when I wasn't in the competition, used to have my little monkey, and I'd do puppet shows with it, and I would go to the local bar and they'd have karaoke, and just as a joke, and because I like doing it, and some other people, I would do stuff that, you know, there have been times when I first saw Jeff Dunham on TV or whatever, I said, there's a guy I would like to do a puppet exchange with. My puppets and his puppets, and we just have, not trying to do better than the other, not that, no, that our energies would just go wacko and just let it fly. Because there have been so many times, a bar full of people, I would come up with stuff, and later on people would say, where, that part you said, that was so funny. And I just didn't remember it because I was channeling it through the puppet to the puppet. So, but to my point though, some folks got it and some folks don't. Now, some folks got it, but they never use it. What is it that they don't use? They don't use the energy of interaction. So, what? Hawkeye, what the hell are you talking about, right, brother? Because right now I'm interacting with you, okay? And even though your all are spread out in different places, I'm interacting with you. I'm including you in this, and I mean to. Y'all, my buddies, my friends. I hate to use the word subscribers, but y'all are. You are. But it isn't about that, right? So, but this energy in the dance, right? So, because we have this energy in us always, the twilight between conscious and subconscious, everything kind of resides in there, at least a trigger, right? There's a date, there's a file in there, and it's sitting in the twilight. And if you hit it, it goes into the subconscious, opens a drawer, and brings it to the conscious and says, oh, here's that song. I can remember, for me, I can remember, words, but I can't remember the whole thing, right? So, but with little prompting, I'm gonna go, oh yeah, that's those, but God Almighty, there's probably over 500 songs that I used to play Name That Tune back in the day, and I was very good at it. That one or two notes, unless I figured out what they, only started token at 13. I was a little older, simply because in 1969, you really couldn't find weed that easy in Tampa. It really hadn't moved in yet. But after 1771, it was everywhere. So we didn't get much of a chance. Now, here's the thing: out in Ybor City and West Tampa, down in Tampa, that the blacks and not the Chicano, not the Chicanos, but the Cuban, they had weed. You know, in fact, we'd buy it in a little matchbox. No matches in it, and it would just be stuffed with weed. $10. And back in them days, that was expensive because you could buy an ounce of weed, a four-finger bag for $20. So $10 for a little matchbox, But that's where I really got my first high was from Matchbox, right? Till we made better contacts later on. But anyway, in them old hippie days. But the energy of our song that is in us, that's why I wanted to play the music. That's why I wanted to get harmonic. I wanted to get the music back in me that was just natural. My vibration, whatever the thing was, because I have missed it. Now, the older I get, and yes, I'm going to bring this up, I have spent too much time ignoring the music. When as I get older, I'm like, wait a minute, it's always been here. The music's always been with me. Now, what has that got to do with the dance? Everything. Because if you can't hear a song, how are you going to dance? Now, so the energy's in the universe all the time. If you allow yourself to listen to the drum, so I'll just as a basic, whether it's Native American or not, you get this, you want to kind of tap your foot with it after a while, and it's not so annoying. It can be, though, that you don't want to, that you want to turn it off. So now I'm sitting here holding this drum and I can feel the air come off the back of this when I hit the drum. It's my forearm and the air rustles the hair on my arm, right? I can feel the vibrations moving the hair on my arm. And so, of course, the harder I do it, there's more force that, is pushed out from behind the drum. Now, this is energy that's in me. I'm creating it into the universe right now as I sit here and talk to you. But what that's doing is, though, my foot's down here kind of tapping along with it, and I'm thinking of, at the same time I'm talking to you, I'm multitasking here, right? I'm drumming, just kind of letting it flow, not thinking about any particular song or anything. But in having been to many powwows, having danced, having moved to my feet, having been with the fire in the daytime, fire at nighttime, there are powwows in the middle of the afternoon too. So it was always about dark. But for me, there's always been once as the sun's going down and it gets dark, there's magic in that for me. So the twilight, and for me, includes the sundown because you're at the end of the day, the weather's cooling off, and it's time to make a fire and sit around and say thank you to the universe. And what better way than to have a little song, have a little drum, and if that means tapping your foot, then you're dancing. You're dancing in your heart. You're dancing in your spirit. And where are these memories reside? They're electrical, little tiny. Okay, for whatever reason, just think nanochips because there's a lot of talk about nanochips and nanobots and that kind of thing. So just consider that there's a whole playlist of songs on one tiny little nanochip that you can't even see, right? And it resides within us. Now, it's not actually something, it's actually electrical energy. Okay. And now they're using electrical energy to kind of store stuff and move stuff. So, but so when the body's gone, the spirit moves on. I guarantee that that the music moves with you. Now the music has already been created, so it's in the universe. Now is the song actually the whole thing in my brain? Is it stored on a nanoparticle of light beam and that is added with the other songs? Or is my memory part of the universe, but my actually, because I can communicate with the universe at all times because I am part of the universe, like we all are, right? So if I know that I'm tapped into the universe, the memories aren't actually here, they're stored in the cloud. You got your own personal cloud. What? Think about it. And someone said tonight, I think about the Akashic record or something. But to the point, though, whatever you want to, you know me in names, right? I hate to give things names because then people want to associate this or that. I'm here to tell you, just stick with the universe. Akashic records, whatever. Okay, that gets too tied in. Let's just break it down simply, please. In the universe, there's energy. We are energy. When we pass away, we leave all this crap behind, but we still are energy. So all of our memories, if they're not stored in the cloud of the universe, okay, that's our own personal little place. It's got our own personal frequency. There are times when, I remember that being about sword fight. I remember something about blah, blah, blah. And, I can't remember any particular instances, but there are feelings that we have. There, as far as being a performer and stuff. I mean, people say, well, Dave, you're a natural. I know. And I don't know why. I received awards back when I was in high school for doing stuff. And I mean, I had ribbons and trophies and stuff that they gave for, extemporaneous speaking. I was 7th in the nation one year in extemporaneous speaking in competition. So the idea that, okay, but I've never pursued it because I'm of ego. Many of these people that I saw and knew, it was all about ego. It was all about, look how good I am. And I just want, I play music because I like to. I play music because it's fun. I did puppets because I had a blast. Sometimes I got paid, sometimes I didn't. A lot of times I didn't. But I did it because it was fun. And I got to share laughter and make people laugh and little kids pee their pants and, and the memories that I have of that. So I'd like to have some of that back. I'm still working on the puppet thing, but see, I got the drum, I've got strings on the guitar, I got harmonicas purchased. So to let you all know, if you don't have the music in you, then by golly, get off your duff and go get it. Why? Because if you don't have the music in you, then you're not dancing. And if your spirit isn't dancing, is one of the things I'm trying to relate to this, because in the spirit of the universe, if we are electrical and all of this other stuff, the universe is electrical, blah, 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 frequencies, energies, and so forth. So, regardless of how crappy the day is, if you sing a little tune or you take the drum and you might be a little melancholy and you start to, sort of your drum out with just a little bit of a dirge and it's kind of muffled, there's not much happiness in it, right? And you just saying a prayer to the creator, I beat this drum. It's the heartbeat of Mother Earth. I'm doing this in respect to Mother Earth and to all the other and to the rest of the universe. Now, when I drum, when I drum, it's sort of like my prayer in the stick, in the beater, in the drum itself. The prayer is already in the drum. That's why it took me a while to understand this. People who go to powwows and they have the big communal drum, it's not really communal, but it's the big drum. Every one of those are sacred to the drummers. Why? Because that drum actually has the energy stored in it. It becomes the vibration. And, so it's like, so if what you do, So the energy that you put into the drum, whether it's, sadness or gladness or whatever, it is stored within the drum. The energies and the sounds are in the hide, and it's in the wood. And the older the drum gets, this it's gotten seasoned, right? So it's got years of my energy in it, like 20. I think it's been about 20. I've had this drum about 20 years. So and it's like other people can drum it, but it is mine because of the sound that I can get out of it, the tones, the years, the places I've drug it. It's been down on the river with me. It caught on fire next to the campfire. It's been in ceremonies and full moon ceremonies and and big, for me, big deal things, right? And it's all to help mankind. It's always to help someone else, to feel the vibration, to become part of the earth. So that's why I'm a shaman in training, right? A lot of ways to share that energy, but to get the full picture of living is a dance. The river of life, the story of Siddhartha and of the, of the, ferryman. Now I was watching this animated series, and it was about how this one character, in order for him to save someone or whatever it was, he had to pluck 3 hairs off of the devil. So he had to go to hell and pluck these 3 hairs off the devil and get back upstairs. And so he could make this twine and not be, well, anyway, it was interesting. So they going down and inside and they get to the river Styx, right? And they don't say the river, the name of it. It's just the ferryman is waiting. And so the ferryman's like, he's talking to her. He goes, man, I got a really raw deal here. And they were talking to the ferryman. He was like, well, why can't you leave? And he goes, well, I'm kind of cursed. It's not that I'm cursed, but this staff and the pole and the boat are, So, and they said, he said, I just can't, I've been, how long you been doing this? Forever, because he's the transport before you get into hell, right? Across the river Styx, which is interesting. They've got water next to flames and burning hell, but just saying. You ever think about it? A lot of steam, but you never see steam anyway. Water must be hot, but hot tub, could have celebrity hot tub. But at the end, when he went in, he overheard the devil talking about how the ferryman river, okay, river of life ferryman, is all he had to do was get somebody to take his place, and he could leave. So if somebody said, and they had to volunteer, well, hey, I'll help you out here. Let me do it. Okay, so and the end of it was that the devil wanted to cross the river to catch this kid that stole the 3 hairs, right? Very interesting story, but here's what I saw is the really interesting twist was that so the ferryman he just was really slow, and the devil's like, hurry up, here, give me that thing, let me do it. And he was like, okay. So when he got to the dock, the ferryman that had this job for forever got out, and the devil was like, tried to get out, and he was like, whoops, he fell into his own trap. So I just I thought that was a very interesting take on things. And so, we can even trap the devil with their own traps if we're sly enough. Play at their own game. But the thing is rather than be, angry and whatever, they found another way around stuff. So music and the dance is how we can get around some really nasty situations. In that, I have to go out there and look at the news, and listen to local news. Oh my God, it's terrifying. Tallahassee says one thing and Albany says another, like a 60, 70-mile difference. Oh my God. And there are so many folks at one time. Everybody's open, everybody's running around having a good time down at Wild Adventures Park. Nobody's wearing any mask or anything like that. And then you go to Thomasville, which is like 45 miles away, and they're all trying to mask you up and do all this stuff. And it's just like, it's so confusing. So, but in this world, if we're so confused with what's going on, the one thing that we can do to ground ourselves and to stay grounded with the universe, and that's to dance. So, how hard is it to do? It's not, because we can dance in our head. So, the idea, it's the feeling of the dance. Is it nice to go physically and dance? Yes. I used to do ballroom dancing and that kind of stuff. If a good partner, male or female, I would prefer female, but because I ain't gay. But the idea, though, that you can go out and share the song and the dance and the movement, and Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, I mean, oh my God, to not quite that fluid, but to be able to dance with someone and have that. So having had partners who could dance, not just married partners, but partners in theater, dance, or whatever, that were just absolutely lovely to dance with. I remember this one young girl. She's a dance instructor. Well, she's probably not young anymore because I'm old, but absolutely gorgeous young lady. If I'd have been a younger man, I'd been chasing her, let me tell you. And we got along good, but I never tried anything funny. But she always knew. I said, honey, I said, you just put a twinkle in my eye. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it at that. But she danced, and how she danced, and she made you feel comfortable and allowed me to dance with her. And we danced on stage, and it wasn't this big thing, but it was the feeling that I got every time that I danced with her, is my point. So, see, after all these years, I still remember the incident, and it wasn't sexual. It was very sensual in the dance that we did, and the flowing, and the gown, and the this, and the turns, and and when you do it right with someone, oh my goodness, it's really wonderful. So, people who can't get out and dance, for folks who are just most folks are just chicken to dance, and then there's the chicken dance. But to the point, though, if we're embarrassed to dance in public, or if we're embarrassed to get on our feet and dance, we can still dance in here. We can dance with our hearts and our energy, because we're always connected to the universe. So you can use the universe as like, there's probably somebody else dancing somewhere out there. Okay. I'm sitting here dancing in my little spot and playing my drum. Hey, well, hey, way, hey, well, hey, well, hey, well, hey. See, all I did was pick up the drum. So the tone of the drum is different. And so I can change it for myself as to what. Now, this is just my Native American drum. There are different things that you can do. If you're not musically inclined, you can hum, you can tap, you can, there are different ways. I mean, people in the old days, we were talking about it around here. People in the old days used to get a set of spoons and a wash tub and get, literally, there are still people, honest to God, down here in the country that have a wash tub base, a broomstick cut with a notch in it, and a big wash drum, or as big as you can get, and a string tied to the top and the bottom. And yes, they still use it. So you say, well, but do you have to do that? Well, can you hum? Most people can hum. So there is no excuse for not being able to bring a song into your heart And if you hum it in the back of your mind, and blah, 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 whatever it is, however you hear the song, then as soon as you start moving your hands and tapping your finger on the steering wheel or on the side or whatever you're doing, or you or you're bobbing your head, you're dancing. I love that kind of sound. Yeah, and that and bluegrass. Yeah, that's. I'm trying to get some folks together. That's why I'm putting these strings on the guitars. That's why I'm getting my harmonicas going. And for those of you who missed it earlier, Duggar was not happy with my D harp, which is tuned higher than the others, but he was moaning along with my blues playing in the background. But anyway, but for the sheer joy of hearing the music, and it's like by having the harmonicas out, before I would just pick one up and play for a minute or two and put it down and go on about my day. I'd have a song in my head, I'd pick up this harp and I'd just play a tune or such and keep going. And then there were times when I would force myself to turn off the radio, and I had an hour's drive going and coming, so 2 hours on the road every day. So I would take a harp or a couple of them because they're in different keys, right? And just driving along, and I always came home about 1 or 2 in the morning, so traffic was light, and and I was in the twilight and playing music, but also in my head, I could feel the tapping, I could feel the dance, and sometimes I'm kind of playing a song along or whatever, and so the dance. Okay, I'm repeating myself a lot because to some folks it won't be obvious to them how simple it is for this to occur and how simple it occurs to some people anyway. Now, there are folks, in the chat, I think like David, David, if he's not here, but David, is a dancer or, turns on music. Other people turn on music and do the dance thing. It's a good thing. But there are people, and this is for those folks, remember, you can dance anywhere. Okay. You don't have to have a swing band. You don't have to have whatever it is to dance. For me, I have accepted that I'm a part of the universe. I accepted that the music, now that I've been working on this one, right? Why haven't I been able to have the music connection that I used to have? And well, somebody stole my harps. Okay, now I got some new ones. My guitars and my fingers, okay, but see, that's an excuse. You can, oh yeah, you can dance if you want to. You can leave the world behind. You can dance, and everybody, yep. Who was that that did that? You can dance and you want to. I started a little about a half an octave up too high. Thank you, Chloe, but it's true. So and so it's like sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's thinking of something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be abused. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Oh. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world at the 7 seas. Everybody everybody looking for something. But to the point, you can make your own music. When I didn't have drums, and there's one thing that I used to do percussions and stuff. And the Blue Man Group, if you've never watched them, you should, because what they do with the tubes and the pipes and stuff is like really cool. But I've done things like that, working in plumbing and things and stuff. And there's a resonance. If you cut a piece of pipe a certain length, it'll boom. And if you cut a little too short, it's flat. If you cut it too long, it's sharp. I mean, um, men without hats. But so how it's our choice in the world, obviously. But some people are brainwashed with the stuff that's out there. And oh my God, I've been watching the local news lately. Holy shit, I'm scared to death now because of what they're putting on the local news. And I'm scared to death because of what they're putting in the local news, right? So I'm thinking, these people, they that people want to get back out again. People talking about there's one side of the coin says, well, if you're going to go to a football game, then everybody's got to be inoculated, right? I'm watching football today, and all these in Ohio State, and they're here and there. There are 100,000 people sitting right next to one another. Very few people got masks on. Do you think they're really worried about, we got to be more careful too, because they're really getting tricky with some of this. So we get to use pictures and like hey, you remember when you yeah, that thing when you was a kid, yeah, or that tetanus shot when you cut your finger, right? Yeah. So, but to the point though, and Bob, we love you, we do. But to the point though, there's all these people who are not afraid. There are all these thousands of people in all these cities to win football games today because they're absolutely tired of it. Albany, P.B. Putney, right? Albany State University, which is a black college. I don't know if there are any Mexicans or white people go there, but I always thought that it was racist that it was an all black college, that no whites could go. Just didn't think that was fair. Reverse discrimination. But I'm not a friend of mine that wanted to go to Albany State because of the classes and the fact that it's just up the road, right? And they wouldn't, they gave her all kinds, well, you can't be here. Well, well, but you're white. Well, what do you want to come here for in Albany, Georgia, right? She goes, because you're a college, you're accredited, and you're right up the road from me, right? And they gave her a hard time because she was white. And the people at the college gave her a hard time because she was white. It was strange. But to the point, though, they're all of these things are, well, we can't have that. Everybody's getting, and so they're having parades, and the kids are in they're in the bands and the cheerleaders and the dinghy, and they're all having fun again. But just a block or two away down, is Phoebe Putney that's putting out all this stuff that everybody's got to have. We're all going to die if you don't. And and it's like everybody wants to be open, but they're still trying to keep the fear. Is there an all Caribbean college? I don't know if you see some of these Rastafarians up there in Albany at that college. They've got a few of them. They think they're Jamaican if they ain't. You know what I'm saying? So, which is okay. I don't care. But this idea of racism. So, if you had an all-white college, there'd be people screaming and jumping up and down and having a fit, right? And so it's like, okay. But an all black college, well, that's perfectly fine. Them black people, they need to have special needs, right? They gotta have one that's all just for them, because they can feel special. But if there's an all white college, then they would be a bitching and complaining because they couldn't join the club. Think about it. So up there, they got their own black college. And now that has been a good 15 or 20 years ago when that happened. Or actually, it was the late 90s. But to the point, though, good accredited college and so forth. But what you mean? You have to be black to go there because it's a black college. And it says so. We're a black college. Where Valdosta State or, down here, it's a college, not a black college. It's a college. Now, if you said it was a white college, there'd be, I'm just telling you, but they get away with black college all the time. Don't nobody say nothing, because if we do, they're going to, but I call reverse racism. If it's, if you can have an all black one, can't we have an all white one? Y'all quit bitching. Y'all got one year. I mean, I'm just, it's, you know what I mean? So, what do we do about the dance? How many of us want to dance? Now, there are folks who are going to bitch and complain, the kind of thing that we're talking about or whatever, that doesn't really apply to them, or they think it's too much hocus pocus or whatever. But the thing is that it's very simple. It doesn't have to be complicated. But when you learn to dance with the universe and your energy, which is all, people just don't know it, right? It's already being shared in the universe because of who we are. We're spiritual beings, society bodies. It's a frequency. People who don't want to believe they're connected are connected anyway. They just are. It's whether or not they choose to do anything with that connection, right? So for me, I know that I have literally lost my mind, but for almost a year, I had no idea, except for day to day, what was going on, right? Fix the truck. I couldn't drive the truck. I was spewing and spitting and seizuring all the time. And now that I'm 69 and I'm taking control of my inner sanctum, because I want to dance again. There were times when I forgot how to dance, and I just go, no. I didn't forget. So actually, I have forgotten, but it's because of brain injuries, right? So what I have to do is when I hum, I have to dance. And when I hum or sing a song, I realize I'm also dancing. It isn't just the song, it's the combination. Because if somebody's doing a lot of singing, then they're usually doing a lot of dancing. And now if they're singing opera or whatever, but having been with that kind of music a couple of times, but in understanding music and the song and the singing of it. And I'm thinking of the great baritone, or Pavarotti. Anyway, but to the point. Having sung with people like that on stage from Florida State and other places, having been taught how to use your body as a resonant chamber, how to get these frequencies, and then being able to project them out of you in song and feeling it, then having other people go, damn, dude, that was like nice. But, well, thank you. But the really nice thing was how it felt for me to do this and to give that sound out. That's for me, because it's always been the performing and it's been the act of doing, right? So, but anyway, each of us interacts with the universe all the time in the twilight of the thought. Now, with that, we're going to move into the, it's 2:01. It's a top of the hour here on, Late Night with Hawkeye, Two Feathers, and Friends. And it is Sunday morning, 2:01 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. down here in Southwest Georgia, hoping that you're doing well wherever it is that you may be. Now, this is an hour and 45 minutes into this particular video, and I just kind of got stoned and having a good time. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. So, but this idea, though, that our connection with the universe is ongoing all the time, right? 10, 2021. That's an interesting set of numbers, ain't it? Seriously, yeah. And I don't know enough about the number thing to be able to tell you what it is, but when I see like numbers coming in a row or something, or they add up to certain things, that's curious. And don't know what they mean, but I can see patterns, you know. So what those patterns mean, but at least I see them, you know. Um, so, but the music thing and the dance and the twilight of it. So, if you will, I had to spend an hour and a half and having these conversations to get to hopefully the people will understand this next part. Because if you can feel it with you while you're driving or you're doing and you understand this and you get it, then to move it into the twilight zone of your dream walking or dream dancing or the astral plane. So it's like where you say, well, Hawkeye, why are we going there? Because it's energy, it's all related. One way or another, it's all a vibration. Hey, Barry, you got here for the 20 coming up. You've been out there snoring again. I got the radiator in, brother. I fired up the engine. I got the radiator in. I got my other part in as well. The MAP sensor. I got it in. I did it. Progress. Sort of why I'm doing this tonight with the music and things. For folks who just don't think they can do it or whatever, listen, quit being embarrassed. You yourself, me, myself, and I, you, yourself, and you kind of thing, are always connected to the universe. You can shy away from it. You can tell yourself no. You can, all that denial stuff. But when it comes right down to it, you know you are, you know. So take advantage of it. Now, earlier today, let's see, or was it yesterday? It might have been yesterday. There was a 30-minute period yesterday, and I checked the Schumann resonance and all, and I couldn't see any reason. But man, somebody out there yesterday or earlier today, I can't remember. Oh man, but it's been yesterday or today. You talk about sadness in the spirit. I sat here and I was like, I don't know what I'm crying about, but I am. I'm just going to weep right along with whatever it is that's out there. Nothing came to me as to what it was, or who it was, or whatever. But in my thought about why am I crying, I was like, well, whatever it is, it's a release of energy. And let's take a deep breath and whatever, if it's a soul that's passed, if something, you know, I don't know, right? I really don't. I might find out here in a couple of days that somebody passed or something happened, but you know, at the moment I don't. But I knew that whatever was going on. So in the past, I thought I was crazy. That I was on meds. I was having a panic attack. And now I realize that somewhere out there in the universe, because I'm attached with my energy and with many of you and other folks that I'm not aware of or whatever, because we're connected, right? So there was a sadness. And I went ahead and cried along with them. But I said, you know, this can't last. We're gonna get this emotion out, and then we're gonna dance. And I think it was yesterday, but anyway, but to the point. So if anybody of you out there have had something tragic happen recently, there are folks out here that were picking up on it and we're dancing for you, you know. And the dance of happiness. We're not dancing on your grave to like spit on your grave. No, 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 no. We're dancing in your honor, right? So also our energy. So if we sing a little tune, if we hum along with the radio, so you say, well, I'm not dancing, but yes, you are. Just don't argue with me. If you just stop and think about your foot tapping or whatever, you're dancing. That's all there is to it. No, I'm not. If I was dancing, I'd be standing on the. Okay, argue semantics. But for those of you who get my drift, you're dancing. So once you accept it, that you're dancing with the universe as you're listening with the music, whether it's fast or slow, or la 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 bam bam ba da da bam bam da 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 dun 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 da 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 bam 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 la 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 bum 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 dun, okay. So, but whatever it is you're listening to, um, your heart is dancing, your spirit is dancing, and when you consciously bring it out of the twilight, because you're doing it without really thinking, you're dancing with your hand, you're sitting in your chair and you're humming along, so you're dancing, right? But when you become it, when you're doing other things and you're humming and everything, that's in the twilight of your between your uh, subconscious thought and your conscious thought. That's the twilight. I talked about this an hour ago, but to that point though, in that twilight of your brain, the songs come out. You hear a song or you something, or maybe for me, it's like, man, I've been in the supermarket and a song will maybe over the air or something, and I'll dance down the aisle. I don't give a crap if somebody's watching me. What's that old man doing? I'm dancing. And you should try it too. You want to dance with me? One of the things that I loved about New Orleans, Saturday night in New Orleans, down there on Bourbon Street, all the bars are open. Now it wasn't during Mardi Gras. We went in March at St. Patty's Day and had a ball. Okay, and a lot of people, but not the crowds. The folks, you still had fun, but you weren't bumping into people. It was people who were there, who lived there, said St. Patty's Day is a whole lot more fun than than Mardi Gras. You know, because there's too many people and it's just sloppy. But anyway, so we were there for St. Patty's Day, and the partying and the people in the street. I will never forget. If you already have maybe I've heard this story before, but it's been a while. There was this show enough stretch limousine, and they had to have money because they had to have they had their own personal guard and everything to cross Bourbon Street. And about halfway in the middle of Bourbon Street, if if you've ever been there. And so for this limo to have, because they close off Bourbon Street from any traffic that goes, across it, right? After a certain time at night. And these folks, not only could they cross Bourbon Street, they stopped in the middle of Bourbon Street. And this chick, this lady. Now she might not really been a lady, but she was a lady. She stepped out of this limo dressed in this white sparkly stuff with kind of sort of high heels on, decked to the nines, I'm here to tell you. And there's an old black man that was standing on a corner, and it was one of them, reviews, or sort of like, um, the Supremes, and that 60s soul music, and they were doing that. So, and he's standing out there on the corner in an old pair of raggedy pants and a shirt, right? And he's out there just juking, right? And he sees her, and she's out, starts to dance. As soon as she steps, she's in the middle of Bourbon Street now with a stretch limo. these sure enough like tight suit guards around, and she motions to the black man, right? And he comes over, and here's this quote dirty little black man in scruffy and everything dancing with his high class high heels, spangles out the butt, dancing in the middle of Bourbon Street, boogieing down. And I just stood there and I was like, I will never freaking forget this. This is the way it ought to be. Dancing, regardless of stature, status, whatever. It's the dancing, right? So in me, I've got all these things that of dances, of music and stuff, right? So for people who maybe not have experienced these types of things, and I would say, then it's your fault. What do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, then go to a dance. Well, I really don't like to dance. Well, then go and watch other people dance. Go listen to the music. Go partake. Go tap your foot, damn it. Well, I don't know. Well, then, nah, okay, it ain't about getting drunk. You ain't got to stay all night, but go for an hour to a dance. Well, blah, 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 but to the point. Now, Tallahassee and some places, they've got ballroom dancing. And once a week, and it's not just for seniors, but, you can go in and do ballroom dancing. Now, if you're a young person, you might have to dance with an old person, but, I did that back when I was a younger kid, 19 years old, and, used to teach dance lessons to the older folks and got paid for it. I was a gigolo. I never had sex with him, but I was still a gigolo. I was a young man, and these little old ladies, some of them were gorgeous, I got to say, and talented, lost their husband, plenty of money, bored, nothing to do in Tampa, Yeah, they'd buy me clothes and things. And not to sound whorish, we got 6 minutes. So now, one might say we're tripping the light fantastic. Hey, Mary Wins, how you doing? I just noticed. They still have the MG. I missed something. Grounds helps me a lot. But anyway, so in our music, let's just accept that when we hearing the music and we're singing along, that our hearts are dancing, whether our feet are or not. So our spirit is dancing. So we're dancing with the universe every time we sing or hum a tune or whatever like that. So we can change our mood by changing the station on the radio or putting in a different kind of music, right? Or like for me, I was doing a really slow drum and then choreograph around, right? And the thing is though, for the I bring up the story I just told about, New Orleans and Bourbon Street. And, it was late in the evening. It was around 11 or 12 or 1. I mean, it was late in the evening. So, but for this, she was a beautiful lady, let me tell you. And this little scruffy black man just doing that little jive, jive talking, boom, 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 boom. Remember the Bee Gees, ladies and gentlemen? I got the boogie fever, I got the boogie down. Now, whether you like that kind of music or not, for those of us who grew up around, you've got the boogie fever, it's kind of hard not to want to kind of go along with it. You know what I'm saying? You got the boogie down. Okay, so I got the music in me. We got the music in us, which means we have the dance in us. So, but for this little black man, it wasn't like he was real. He just kind of stood in one place and did this little shuffle. And now she was more, not necessarily flamboyant, but more so than he was. But in her stylish way, of course, she was a lot taller than he was too. But that she did this little thing, but in his little shuffle, you know, uh, having been around a lot of black folk when I was growing up, and in the small towns, they'd have these little black juke joints. And as a 14-year-old kid on the carnival, we could go to a black juke joint and they would serve us wine, and well, we'd get drunker than shit before we had to open up, Too many times I was drunker than hell running little kids train, putting kids in out at 14, right? Because I'd been drinking Boone's Farm, a Strawberry Hill, But anyway, but they would, because these little juke joints wouldn't have much room if they had a jukebox or somebody playing some music. So they didn't have room to choreograph this big thing in the whole, but they would stand up and they would, for me, they were jiving, and you'd stand up in just one spot and you could twist and you could turn and your feet would shuffle, And so that was what that black man did in New Orleans. He was doing this little jive, shucking, dancing along, but because he may have, grown up, in with juke joints where they didn't have much room to dance in, right? And so you learned how to do your shuffle in your spot, right? So the Native American chief that had to have surgery in the hospital, he was like on the third or fourth floor. After his surgery, he got out of bed and was doing a dance there in his room. And the nurse and the doctor walk in and, oh, well, you're crazy. What are you doing? He goes, I had to dance. I had to touch with my feet on the floor and thank Mother Earth. And they said, but you're 3 floors up. He goes, but yeah, this hospital's made out of concrete and steel, which all came out of Mother Earth. And I know I'm so thankful for, having the operation. I'm still alive. And I know Mother Earth can hear my prayer if I was on 20, if I was on the 10th floor, because it was his intent. It was his dance. He had to, the medicine within him said, I've got to get up, because he could hear the drum in his heart. And he got out of his bed on the 3rd floor, 4th floor, whatever, and did a dance. And they were like, he said, I'll get back in, but I got to do my dance. If you put me back in, I'm just going to get out again. Let me finish my dance. And they did. And back to bed he went. It was because he was grateful to the universe. Now, for folks who are having lucid dreaming and things, let's talk about dreams and this connection with dancing with the spirit and the song in our hearts. Because when we sure enough dance, hey Roman, when we sure enough dance in the twilight, not just in the twilight of thoughts or the twilight of the evening, in the twilight of the evening, blue eyes crying in the rain. But when the roll is called up yonder, we'll walk hand in hand again through the land that has no heartache, blue eyes crying in the rain. But anyway, but in that twilight, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, folks who are doing the astral walking, jumping, because they have a tendency to jump into it, is what I mean, versus slide into it. That sometimes their experiences are quite bumpy. Now, this is my 10 cents worth, okay? But just consider this. I've been at this a while, and I'm just, am I right? Just take into consideration, okay? In this twilight of our brains, the daily activities and things and stuff has accumulated in our subconscious. Now, for whatever our dreams are, for whatever our dance with the universe is, we may encounter other people's songs, other people's dances, other people's dreams. Okay. So, because there's a great big wide universe out there, you might be crossing channels with somebody else's dream. And you go, well, Hawkeye, it's my, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. You're not listening. If you have made that statement after I just explained for the last 2 hours what I was talking about, we passed the 20. Yeah, dang. It's a 222. That's okay. Isby, you're living in their twilight zone. It's not yours, it's theirs, by the way. I'll just put that out there. But we have to be honest when we have these discussions, okay? There are a lot of energies in the universe. So when you're having lucid dreams, you have to consider, because of my experience, I'm just pointing this out, you should discover that you were listening in on somebody else's. You somehow, because of the universe, you got, it's sort of like back in the days when we had party lines. You'd pick up the phone, there'd be somebody talking. You go, okay, all right, and you hang up the phone. There was 4 or 5 families on one party line. The phone numbers were different, but it was a party line. But anyway, for those of us who remember it, I think it's like a party line. So your drum and your music and whatever it is. So maybe, for example, you've had a very tense day, and so there's a tension within your dreams that needs to get worked out. Okay, so in that frequency of tension, there's somebody else out there in the universe that's had a tension filled day too. So your energies, your frequencies are similar. That dance of stress, okay, because that's a dance in itself, or there's the pee dance. That's another one, right? uh you know but for those of us who understand what the pee dance is, we get it. There, no explanation is necessary, right? We get it. You got to go to the toilet, you do the pee dance. And everybody's got their own little way, but we all dance. Well, we got to go that bad, right? So don't care how old you are. So in that though, so you can connect with other people who know what that means, right? And no explanation is necessary. It's just there. It's an awareness. We know, right? It's a shared experience. What? That means we've all danced that dance. We've all danced the pee dance in one way or another. In a lot of ways, there are a lot of simple, because we go grabbing and kind of dancing around, right? So why can't we connect in other ways? So if somebody's had a stressful day out in the universe, and trust me, there's a bunch of them, right? Whole lot of different stress levels. Have you picked up that energy frequency in your twilight zone of, of dream walking? So you have to be careful. As a shaman in training, one of the things that was told to me is that simply because you have a dream doesn't mean it's yours. Yeah, but I had the dream. No, you saw a dream. You experienced the dream. But is the dream actually, honest to God, your dream? Or did you pick up on someone else's in the universe? Now, I know some of you might be going, Hawkeye, that just sounds like something. Have you ever had anybody talk to you about this? That you might have a shared dream experience with some that you don't know, you've never met, but because your frequencies at the moment, there's a dream out there that y'all shared. Now, there are some people who, because we're in these, the soul tribe and the chat room and we share, that there are people who've had similar dreams. at similar times. As you know, so is this is this synchronicity, which is obviously there because we have amongst ourselves experienced this, that hang on, could I have dreamt your dream, and or you dreamt mine, or did the two of us dream a third party's dream? So what we have to do is, before we go off on this, oh, I had this dream, now I've done this, okay, and my spirit guides have showed me over the years, this might not be your dream. You might want to remember it and kind of put it over here to the side, but it may not be your dream. It's a dream that you saw. Yeah, but because I saw it, ain't it mine? No, because you go to a movie and there's a bunch of people in the in the auditorium there watching it. They have their own experience watching, quote, the movie, the dream. So, but y'all go your separate ways. So, in the reality of the universe, of course, this is possible. Does it happen? The answer is yes. But because I've had some dreams, it's like there's no flipping way that I personally would ever have. So I don't even want to talk about it. Okay, let's just say it had to do with killing and blood and some. And I just don't think that way. I'm not a serial murderer or something and want to kill things. No, I had issues with stepping on a roach tonight. But the idea was that he was in my kitchen and he wasn't allowed. He's supposed to know better, or she, or it, anyway, it. But in the universe of things, we have to understand that these energies that we have that are normal to us, and in our dreams, we're connecting with the dream world, the dance of our spirits in the universe. So sometimes, couldn't listen to it, made my brain hurt. And, and if it makes my brain hurt in the wrong way, then obviously I don't want that, because guess what? It's going to give me nightmares. I'm always looking for something, even when I'm flying. So, but in our astral walks, I know there are times when I feel like I'm in control of where I'm at. And then I realize when I get back, because I'm 69. See, I keep bringing up that age thing. But after all these years, I'm like, wait a minute. While I was in this dream, I felt like I was walking, I was experiencing this. It was like real. But there again, it seemed like I was watching myself in the dream. So was I participating in it? Was my energy kind of parallel to somebody else's, where there was a kind of shared dream experience, or that there was something that we both, or maybe there was 100,000 of us that experienced a similar type dream event? Okay. So we say, well, but then you hear of somebody on the other side of the planet that around the same time, they had a similar kind of dream or experience. So we have to accept, guess what? I'm treading in them areas where a lot of people have never, their thought pattern hasn't had a chance to go. In that our dreams may be an experience, but it might not necessarily be for us, but we just watched it. It's sort of like we went to somebody else's house. They had the TV on, and right in the middle, they were watching the Return of the Jedi, and you happened to see a certain portion of it. You've seen the movie before, it seemed familiar, and it seemed like it was your movie, but actually you were visiting the neighbors. So I know these are kind of really odd twists in this thought process, but our dance with the universe into our twilight zone, and I don't mean this in freakiness, I mean it's the area, it's the gray area between consciousness and subconscious. It's the twilight of thought. It's not nasty. For those of you who may just have shown up, that's what I mean by this, okay? So it's just, it has nothing to do with weirdness. It's just the twilight. It's not bright. It's not dark. It's that it's has nothing to do with good or bad. It's just that area in between. In a way, it's the null zone. Okay, it exists. It has a purpose, but there is no actual value, like the number zero. Zero has a value. It's nothing. But without a starting point of zero, nothing else has any value. So because it has no value, it is zero, it still has a value in that it's the null set. It's empty. There's nothing actually there, but it's without zero, nothing else exists. 3D up and down, all the no, if you don't have zero to start your coordinate system, you don't know what you're going to make. Okay, so zero has a value, but there's nothing there, right? So, but in that, it still exists, you see. So, in the universe of things, you say, well, zero, it's a number. Yeah, but it has no value, but it's still important, right? So, in the universe, there are things like that that exist. You say, well, but yeah, but go ahead, argue with me. It's not my point. It's what's actually there. It's the truth of the matter. Zero is the null set. It does exist, but there's nothing in it. But it's still there. It still exists. So, in the universe of things, simply because you can't see it, simply because it just looks like a zero, and you think, well, it doesn't have a value, it still does. Because you can see it, it's a zero. Yeah, but there's nothing there. Yeah, but it's zero. It still has a, you know what I mean? So it's this contrary. Well, but yeah, hang on. It's the null set, right? It has a value even though there's nothing there. So you look up at the sky at night, and oh, by the way, Jupiter's higher than it was, just as an observational point. And it looked like my spaceship's back down in the south again. Yeah. A really flashy object that is obviously not a star, and planets don't twinkle. So, but anyway, so in the universe of things, there are things that we can physically look at and go, oh, well, so then if zero can exist in this reality with our numbers and so forth, then there are things in the universe that we assume have no value, but actually they do. Now, what they are to us, and why does it matter? What does this matter about the dream walk or whatever in the astral plane? It's because there are things that you will encounter that you will go, oh my God, this can't exist, or this situation can't, we can't have simultaneous dreams with another being, maybe on this planet. Well, if you're having simultaneous thoughts or dreams with a being that's 100 million light years from here, that's literally on the other side of the galaxy. But because we're connected in the galaxy, all these things electrical, could I be experiencing? Could I experience what a fish feels like? Could I experience what a bird feels like? So, in the shamanism of things, and I've talked about many times earlier on and before, but about communing with a tree and allowing your essence to become part of the tree, and that you will actually feel yourself to be like a leaf floating in the wind. You can go all the way up into the tree. It's an amazing feeling. So could you connect with an entity on the other side of the galaxy? Because thought, it's instant, right? When something's happened. That's why I said earlier on the other, not yesterday, but I think it was Friday that I had 30 minutes. So I just had to sit down. And I just sat here and whatever was going on in the universe, I just had to cry. I mean, weep, like boo hoo. And I was just, my prayer was whatever's out there, it'll be okay. You got to get through the sadness, but then we can dance again. We'll dance in honor of whatever this pain is, right? Hey, Run Hooligan, you've seen entities? Yeah, me too, and a lot with other folks too. Absolutely. But so in this dream realm, in the twilight, and I don't mean twilight zone of our brain, but the twilight of between conscious and subconscious, there are triggers and things that are there. But some of these things are shared with the rest of the universe. Yeah, sleep paralysis. Yeah, that is it's more common than not. Okay. A lot of folks don't want to talk about it because it's so damn creepy. Have been there many times. And, and some of these wakey, sleepy, been very odd in my 69 years. See, I'm bringing it up again just for the hell of it, right? But anyway, I took a heavenly ride through silence, danced with death, killing the past and coming back to life. I've seen Banshee. She screamed on my ear. The second time she was sucking your fear out. Well, that's an interesting take on it. But see, here's the thing. When we're in the dream state, when we're in the altered astral, we're combining with other energies that are there. So in practice that I've talked about with other people, become familiar and practice your astral walk while you're aware of it. At night, somebody, well, I'm going to go off in my astral dream. Yeah, okay. But your astral dream is part of the dream. It's not just astral. Sort of a contradiction of things. So, for me in my astral travel that I have done over the years, that I've had people could collaborate, that I was there because we had set up these experiments. So I've known for a long time that it exists from my own experience and so forth. But for other people, they have to learn what those boundaries are. I mean, somebody says, okay, this round object here is called a baseball. Okay, what do I do with it? Well, you play baseball with it. I'm okay. Well, now see that stick over there? Yeah, it's called a bat. All right. Well, then you hit the ball with the bat. Okay. Well, then what? Well, then you run after it. Somebody catches it. But here's the thing. So somebody can hand you a ball and a bat, but that don't mean you know how to play baseball. So people will talk about astral projection and astral this and astral that. But when I listen and try to understand, these folks have not practiced the basic techniques. So they're basically wandering around on, quote, the astral plane. They're just wandering around and they think that they're in contact. They think they know what it is. But, but after listening to some of these folks, I just got to say, y'all haven't really practiced, have you? You haven't done these basic things to make sure it's not a dream. Because if it's a dream, okay. But there are folks who are saying, well, in my astral body, I went to this place and did this thing and da 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 da. When, no offense, and I mean this honestly, it was a dream. But I traveled there in my astral body, but it was a dream. But I traveled there. You see, they're trying to equate astral body and the dream as that they were actually there. Dreams can be very real. But were you there in your astral body? Well, what do you mean? Because they're different. When you're there in your astral body, You sense it, feel it, smell it. You know, if you're in a dream, you can control the dream if you're aware of it, but it doesn't mean that you're there in your astral body. There is a distinct difference. One is you're there on stage, the other is you're sitting in the audience watching the stage. You're participating as the audience member versus you're on the set and you're one of the characters. So there are people who have these very intense, I was there, I could feel it, I get it, I'm with you. But were you on it, in it, or watching it? It makes a difference. Now, the meaning could, but here's the thing. If you've never practiced it, then you would assume that both of them are the same. And my dear friends, they're different. They're very similar because it's out there in this, energy field and stuff. But when I put my mind to go somewhere with my astral projection versus I wake up in a dream and I feel that I'm there. Well, wait a minute. Did I stumble upon this? Am I walking around there in my dream world and I bumped into this other, get this, I bumped into another dream. So I'm walking down the street and happen to go into, oh my God, there's there's this little coffee shop, but they're showing a movie. So it's not my movie, although I walk in and so I'm watching this, but it ain't necessarily for me. But maybe later on down the road, I'll look back and go, I had a dream of walking into a coffee shop and watching this program, right? So this is for an instant. Way back in the day, there was a TV program called Northern Exposure. And there's a moose, and there was a thing, there was the cafe, and then there was the bar, and then, and the people, and the doctor, and the stuff, and okay, Northern Exposure. That at the time, it was like, we would beat it home to make sure we watched Northern Exposure. So during that time, I had dreams of Northern Exposure. And I'm like, I've never been there, blah, 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 blah. So, but in 1999, when my brother and I went out to the West Coast to visit a friend, and blah, 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 we'd never been to the West Coast like that. So it was a trip. So we're going into Washington out of Idaho, I believe it was. Yeah. Into Washington State on Highway 90 or whatever it is up there near Canada. And we're driving along, and there's this little town where they filmed Northern Exposure. So I'm like, I look at my brother and I go, we got to stop. We got to stop, which we did. But in going to this little town, I can't remember the name of it, and somewhere there's a picture that he took of me standing in front of the Rosalind Cafe, blah, blah, blah. But as I was walking the street, I went back to a dream that I'd had a couple of years earlier. Now, this was in 99. So this is 20 odd years ago. But walking down the street, I was like, oh, holy crap. This was the dream I had several years earlier when it was on TV, whatever it was like. And I kept thinking, why in the hell am I having this dream about Northern Exposure? And being in the town and walking down the street. And there was this looking into the bar thing. And it was like, oh, holy crap. So we can have dreams that seem like they have nothing to do with us. And have seen my own body laying there. Yeah. Ron, that's one of the first things that people get terrified of is seeing themselves laying there. I've had 3 operations on my neck. And after the first operation, I'd seen myself looking down and I knew what they were doing. And so after the operation, I'm going in for my checkup, the doctor's checking me out and all this stuff. So I looked at the doctor, Dr. Hartley Foulbaum, I'll never forget, Jewish man, a little weird, but not a bad guy. I looked at him and I said, Dr. Falbaum, I said, look, I said, when I was on the table, I said, what were you doing with the thingy? And I described this thing, and he looked at me and he goes, how the hell? And he didn't usually cuss. And he looked at me and goes, how the hell do you know about that? And I said, Doc, I was above you looking down, watching the whole operation. And he was like, what? But I described things. He said that there's no way I should have known because they knock you out before they do this stuff, right? About tying my shoulders to the table, about tying this giant weight on my head to separate your spine. So all they have to do is pluck the disc out. So I saw all this stuff. I was like, I was wondering why my neck hurt, my jaw and everything. And it was because they'd put my head in this thing and put a 50-pound weight off the end of the table to separate your spine so they can operate on you. And I was like, well, son of a bitch, why didn't you tell me? He goes, because normally that freaks people out. And I said, you know how freaky it was for me to look at myself and see this thing around my head? And I was like, and so he looked at me and was like, I've had other people tell me they saw the operation. And he said, but I'm not going to say anything more than that. And as a surgeon, and I mean this in a good way, Ron, but not in a bad way. You have already died. A lot near-death experience, or it wasn't near death. Nope. It wasn't near death. Nope. I was nowhere near death. They were operating on my neck. This is an out-of-body astral projection because I know the difference because I practiced astral projection. Okay. And long before I had the surgery on my neck. So I knew the difference. It wasn't a dream. That's why I asked the doctor, what did you do to me when my neck was opened up? And what was that you were doing? So knowing it's not a dream. So for people, though, Run, when I was a child in my 12 or 13, I had astral out of body experiences. And I had this feather pillow that I considered my magic pillow because I could fly to places with it. Well, one night, mom and dad came home from bowling early and bedroom door was closed. And I was flying around the room with my magic pillow. Now I was about 12 or 13 and the door opened and I wasn't back in bed. Now I hid up in the corner of the bedroom, right? All scrunched up in there. And the door opened up. They flipped on the light, which was always normal. And Ma looked at me and she goes, oh my God, Arnie, look at him. Look at David. He's laying there. It doesn't look like he's even breathing, oh my God. And Pop said, oh, he's all right. He's just sleeping hard. Well, look, I swear to God, you wake him up. No, leave me alone. And their bedroom was 3 feet away from mine, just right across the hall. So they flipped off the light and closed the door. Well, I freaked out and went back into my body from floating up in the corner. The next morning, I go into the kitchen to have breakfast before school. And mom says, last night me and your dad checked in on you and you were so still. And she repeated what I had seen, quote, in my dream. And I had watched the whole thing. It was an out of body experience, no near death, nothing like that. Yes, it's astral projection out of body. No, near death experience, which I've had, is different, Run. I have been so close to death with it. I have not seen your name in here before, so but I have had several NDEs, but lots of experience with astral projection. They are similar, but they are not the same. They're my NDEs. They were not controlled. Okay, I was there. I participated, but it was not It was not the same. Okay. The only thing that is the same, Run, is that we're in our spirit bodies. one way or the other. Okay. Now, so you reckon we have already died? Absolutely. There, a lot of people don't believe in reincarnation, but our spark, our energy, and I've met a lot of people, you were never born. Okay. Um, I had lots of pictures flashing in my face. Yep, you don't get that if you're on an astral projection thingy. Um, when that night that I was drowning, and we were doing a canoe uh, kayak trip on the river. The river was actually too high, and but it was a full moon, and we were doing a full moon float trip. Right, went up river, was turning around to float back down. Beautiful. Full moon in March. The water was really cold though because we'd had a cold winter, and the kayak tipped over. I swear to God, something tipped my kayak over, and I was in the water and drowning before I knew it. And as I'm going under and looking up at my friend who's in the canoe with his headlamp on, shining down in the water, as I'm going sinking down to the bottom, kind of thing, all I could think of was how cold the water was, and oh my God, this must be what the folks on the Titanic felt like. I mean, I myself am drowning, and I got stage 3 hypothermia. It really should have went to the hospital, but I'd been there before, so I knew how to take care of myself. But it was really nip and tuck for a while. Many hours it took me to come, to warm back up again. But having looked up, in the water and seen that light coming down, I was like, this is what it felt like to drown on the Titanic. I'm getting my ass out of here. So I started kicking and swimming, and in my head, I'm like, David, I kind of woke up from the as it was happening to me in subsequent years, because it's happened a good while back. Um, why did I remember the Titanic from underwater and seeing the lights and the cold and I was like, I mean, I wasn't thinking about, this or that. I was thinking Titanic, you know? Um, and then I came to my senses. It didn't take long, but to the point, I was stuck underwater. I couldn't breathe. I had way too many clothes on. I had been sitting on my PFD, which I should have had on. Always wear your personal flotation device. I don't care what you're doing, who you think you are. Keep that some bitch on, because you never know when you're on the water what might happen. I'm just saying. But anyway, so um, it was by sheer will that I kicked and screamed underwater and paddled up and came up out from the river and got a hold of the canoe. But that NDE and the out of body and the surrealness of it, and the other times when I was in a very bad accident, I had a severe head concussion. Spent 10 days in the hospital. It was a really bad accident. And the times that I would, be taken out of my body, the time I was on the river and, got stuck for 3 days with no food or water, and the spirits that came and walked me through the swamp, that NDA was different and had nothing to do with, it was similar, but the NDEs, those near death experiences, the only similarity is that you're in your spirit body. That's all I got to say about that. I don't know your situation, Run, about the knocking sounds, but um, There are a lot of different explanations for something like that. So, to the point where there might actually be spirit residue. Um, there are entities and things that, for whatever reason, can't move on, and they like to make noise. Um, but I don't know the situation, but I know that there are times that I hear noises in my head that ain't here, and that I know this because Duggar doesn't react. The dog doesn't react. And there are times when he reacts to things without barking, and he'll look up like there's something here in the room or something. He'll look up the stairs like there's somebody up there. And, but I'll also have the feeling like there's something else here in the house, like right up the stairs behind me here. Not necessarily bad or evil or whatever, just there's something else. And, in videos a year or so ago, there were orbs that literally passed between me and the camera live when I was doing the video. So, and I'm taking lots of pictures of orbs. So for my explanation and so forth, uh, my friends who've been here with me a while, uh, Ron, I don't know how long you've been here, but you're always welcome. But many of us have experienced things. You are not alone in that, in your experiences. But having had way too many in my 69 years of, it's a joke, but in my 69 years of living, there are some of these experiences I would rather not do again. Okay, once or twice is enough. Like, almost freezing to death has happened like 3 times, where I've gotten severe hypothermia 3 times at least, and a couple of times that were very close to it. So, but anyway, so we welcome everybody. But the discussion for tonight is, and to kind of keep it on track, and which your discussions and near death experiences are part of this. But for people who've had NDEs, may never have had an astral projection event. For me, all my life, I've had these events, and I could tell because of my parents that walked and described me as looking like I was dead. And there are other things I'm not going to describe here, but trust me, there are a lot of folks who have seen me at places when I literally went out there dream walking to go check on them. And I go, but I would have swore I saw you on my front porch. Well, I would, in my mind's eye, I would walk to somebody's house and go up the steps like I was physically doing it. Okay. So, and then I could see the door, and I could see the porch supports on either side of the top of the stairs and the rail that goes around. And I would put my hand on the rail, and I could feel it. I would sense it. I would relive it, not just because I'd been there, but so I wanted to picture it so um, in as much detail as possible within my astral projection. And so when I had tried this and done this, and you put your hands on a window like this and look in, and the person tells you the next time they see you, they say, "I would have swore you were looking in my window or on the front porch the other evening, and you had your hands up like this, like you were looking in the window." And you go, "Well, I kind of sort of was." And so there's proof of my astral projection with other people because they've seen me. There was evidence, or I would say, or for me, I go, the first thing I would do is astral projection versus something else. Always look for a clock, right? So what time is it wherever it is I'm at? Look in the room, look on the wall. Where's the clock? Okay. What time is it? Because then I could go back to the person and say, it's about 3:15 when, were you standing in the kitchen, doing something at the sink at about 3:15 the other day? And they go, why? Well, because, were you in the kitchen? Did you see me in the kitchen? I said, well, what were you doing in the sink? And it seemed like you were just a fussing or something. Well, I dropped something down in the damn sink and I was trying to get it out. You mean you saw me do that? Yeah, I was right behind you. Well, some bitch. But so I could tell them because of the data, because of what I saw, and what I and then I would confirm it with them. So then they would tell me what they were doing. So if you want to know whether or not you're astral projecting or not, then do some of these tests. Practice. Hey, Katniss, I don't think I said hello. Hey, Pearl, I thought I was dreaming about being on a ship kicking it, chilling with it, until I woke up on my front porch. Yeah, Delaney, I've had those too. And I get this weird feeling, Miss Pearl, that we might have met up there someplace. You know, you going to sleep? Okay, be safe, Isby, and rest well always. So this dancing with the universe, do you know you're dancing? Or has someone kind of pulled you from your seat or sleep and you're sleepwalking dancing? Hawkeye, what the hell you mean by that? Well, it feels very similar because it is this spirit that's doing it, not the physical body. You feel that too? Yeah. I don't know if I've said that before, but there are some people, and you know what I mean, Pearl, and maybe some of the rest of you do too, that we have met in the astral somewhere. And I think sometimes, at least through my angelness and spirit guides, Pearl, I can't speak for you on this. I'm not speaking for anybody else either, but in that it seems like we were on a conference call together, or that we were in an auditorium and they were telling us something, or we were in a I think sometimes it's sort of like a debriefing. It's like there's a couple of folks and we're in the room and it's like, and we're watching this debriefing. But yeah, there have been some times when I have woke up and I went, how did I get here? I mean, I literally felt like I had been plopped back onto my bed. I mean, like physically, like boom. And I wake up and go, what the hell was that? You know, so for those of you who may or may not have had those kinds of experiences, if you have a rough experience, or yeah, we'll leave it at an experience in the astral plane, in the astral dream, in whatever it is, and it's very traumatic, you can get slammed back into your body and it will physically hurt. You will wake up and go, son of a bitch, that hurt. What the hell? I feel like somebody's been sitting on my chest. There are times when that and you don't have a falling feeling, because I have fallen and like, oh my God, when am I going to hit? And you don't. That's a weird feeling. But this is, you have no idea that you're falling. So you're in a dream, you're in an activity, whatever it is, and all of a sudden you go whoop, bam, and you're back. It's that quick. You don't have any thought of I'm on my way, or I get no. You're dropped from a 10-story building back into your bed. At least that's what it feels like sometimes, and has felt like. And I have talked with other people about this over the years. Like, have you ever felt like you were dropped back in? Yeah, don't that hurt? And I was like, oh, so it ain't just me. So there are a lot of similarities and parallels. But, if you were taken out of body, like when I had my operations, okay, I left my body on my own accord because they had me under, right? And I'm wandering around. I wanted to see what the hell they were up to. I'm a curious SOB. Well, you're going to operate on me. What's all this crap, right? So having had 3 operations on my neck, I've had 3 operations on my leg and my knee over the years, and having been under and have watched doctors operate on me, and I've talked with other doctors, that's not a near-death experience. That is absolutely an astral projection of yourself. Okay, absolutely. But the NDE, when you go to dying, you become your astral self, your spirit. That's the same. It's the same body. It's the same energy. It's your soul. It's your spirit, right? If we've already died, who is our family? Who is the friends? Run, depending on however many reincarnations or whatever, because there's so much proof about reincarnation. For myself, of all the places on this planet I could have picked, I picked this place, but I was led here. There were events that got me here to where I live now. And so it's like, I think Trina was talking about it, that she had manifested this house or something, whatever. I don't know the whole story, but she got it. But I had not really manifested this, but I told my family when I was 3 years old, when they said, "What are you going to be when you grow up?" I said, "I'm going to live in the woods on a river in the backyard and blah, blah, blah," right? And here, before my grandma passed away, she was here and looked at me and she goes, "David, you talked about this when you were a kid. You got the river in the backyard, you got your living here." And she goes, "You got, you told us when you was a little child that this is what you were going to be and do. And here I am," right? And so I've known for a long time spiritually about it, some other things, but not for this discussion. But basically, so having had near death experiences versus out of body experiences, because when you die, you have an out of body experience. But near death means your body's given up and you're clinging to not go, versus I choose to project my astral spiritual self on my own. I mean, you've died in this life. Oh, well, okay. Yep, that's what I got. The house, the swamp, and the river back in the back. Yep. But, I knew that when I was 3 and 4 years old. Now, how did I know that? And the events that led me to finding this place, I mean, the house I was living in burned down. The spirit of the house that I used to sit on the front porch and rock, the other rocking chair would rock right along with me. I'd be smoking a joint, drinking a beer. I'd offer one to the entity, and that man manifested himself and woke me up to get me out of that burning house. So, but if the house hadn't burned down, if if it had burned down and we hadn't gotten out, and because the roof caved in after I got us out, uh, you know, and when I told the person, he would have, it would have been his great grandfather, I think. But I was like, "Who was that man that was in the house and woke me up? And where's the car? And I don't know, what's he look like?" When I described him, I went down to his house after the fire department was done, and he opened up this family album, and I said, "That's him right there in the overalls and the cap and everything." And he was like, he was the man who built this with, he built this house with his brothers. He died in his house. They had his funeral here. And the reason you're the only person that could rent this place, and because because the rent was like $60 a month for this huge old farmhouse, man. Oh, it was great. The kitchen was separate from the house, all right? And the kitchen was the house of itself, with a big breezeway and a porch. Oh my God, it was great. And so this entity stayed there and protected. But at the same time, I always acknowledged the entity. I always spoke to it, even though I couldn't quite see it, but I knew its presence was there. There were things around the house and stuff. But when it came time to for us to have died in the house, he manifested himself. I saw him. It was no see through. He touched my foot and woke me up. Now, if he hadn't woke me up, had we died in that fire, I would have not been able to fulfill this part of the journey, which had I not had the fire, I wouldn't have been looking for this piece of property. I wouldn't have been looking for property at all because I was way content to live there, right? The house was just great. So Old Man Croft saved me and my wife and her daughter at the time. It's still her daughter now, but the idea though that these events, so really close to dying a couple of times, the drowning thing in the river and the shivering to death, that ain't fun. Um, but having, and having faith in reincarnation, because one of my reasons for being here was because I had been here on this property and in this neighborhood before, way back in the late 17, early 1800s kind of thing, about, from what I can guess, about the time of the after the War of 1812, 1814, 15, about the time of the Trail of Tears, the Cherokee, and they're rounding up the Seminole. And apparently, as a white, drunk, Southern man at the time, I was really pitifully horrible to people, especially to Indians. And so this time around, for my reincarnation, I had to come back and fix that. And so here I am, right? But not everybody has the kind of, lessons or whatever in their lives. Some people are just supposed to raise a couple of kids and be a good person, and that's it. For me, I did not know, at least not consciously, that there was going to be so much pain and suffering and death and, holy crap. But I think I did know. But it has taught me a lot and has brought me here. So, and I can talk about these experiences, and I guess having had all these experiences, as a child and so forth with the astral projection, and having proof of it, that I was there and so forth, and then having had near death experiences, having had the surgeries and all that, you get a feel for what's different about it. You know what I mean? And it's not like I think folks should go out and have near death experiences. I was born dead. Then other people have tried killing me, but failed like 7 different people. Well, that sucks. I had to be born poor this time because of my past life. I never appreciated my wealth. I was a very cruel, apparently, very cruel individual. But some of them rednecks back in the day of the early 1800s, and with the war and the this and the that. I mean, they was some sure enough hicks. You know what I'm saying? They could barely read and write, and had, if they had shoes, that was, But for some reason, I feel like that I was unusually cruel, and that I did some very cruel things to other human beings. And this time around, I'm like, the cruel things were done to me. I had my leg broken in 4 places. I've had surgeries. I lived in a cast, a full length cast for a year, almost a year and a half. I, have had other accidents. I've had brain concussions. I've had all these other issues. And, it's like, some people say, well, life ain't so bad. Well, if you'd been in the hospital as many times as I have, now, knock on wood, as old as I am at 69, I've not had any kind of, serious ailment. I've had broken bones and issues, but, like brain traumas and stuff, but, knock on wood. And one of these days, my thing is that I'm not wishing this, but because of all the head trauma, if I just wake up one day and I can't walk or talk or nothing, I'll just have an aneurysm or something go off my head, and that'll be that. I tried slicing my wrist twice. My skin turned leathery. Wow. I ain't tried that. I tried a lot of different ways of suicide. I tried hanging. It ain't worth it. You know, smothering, or holding your breath, drowning, that wanting to breathe and you can't. That's just a horrible feeling. I was like, why not? Did I try this? Hanging looks so cool in the movies. 3:17. Okay, we got 3 minutes. I got my bowl ready. Having a 20 coming up. But so what dancing? So there are those of us who have had our dance with death. Now, Ron, I don't quite understand yours, and it's okay, but I do understand, the dance with death versus in this life or previous lives. And I do know that for me, I don't know how I died the last time, but it might have been that because I was so cruel, somebody just shot me dead, and that was that. But this time around, I got to do better. So, and having been a puppeteer and a storyteller and traveling around and having met people, and instead of being cruel, I I tried to bring laughter and positive things and stories, and that were uplifting and things. So, I was the absolute opposite of whatever kind of shithead I was the last time I was here. So, but different people have different journeys. I mean, I honestly feel like I'm from another planet, another solar system. It's been said because of incidents when I was a child that I'm Palladian. Now, there are a lot of different kinds of Palladians. Pleiades is there. If you ever look at the star cluster through a telescope, you will know that there's a lot of stuff going on there. It ain't just like a planet, it is a star system, a cluster. And there's a bunch of stuff going on. So to say you're from the Pleiades cluster area, you could, it'd be like saying, well, I'm from Earth. Yeah, well, I'm from the solar system of Sol, okay. So, but yeah, but wait, I live on Jupiter. Well, but Jupiter ain't the same as Earth, but we live in the same, quote, solar system. So just because you live in the same solar system, don't mean you're from Earth or from Jupiter or Mars or Uranus, right? Or my anus or anybody else's anus, for as far as that's concerned. I'm thinking of Groucho Marx when I do that. Uranus or my anus or whoever's anus is, doesn't know, Groucho Marx. So, regardless of NDEs, near death experience, regardless of astral projection, regardless, it doesn't matter. They are all very similar. And it should be proof to those folks who say, guess what? There's life after death. Why? Because I had a near death experience and I'm back. Well, then where did you go? What did you do? What did you feel? Where was well, I felt like I was floating around and blah, blah, blah. I could see myself laying down there on the table. And I've had other friends of mine who've had their heart stopped and restarted. I have not done that, but stopped breathing and other things. And yep, okay. So having had all these operations and all this stuff, on my neck, on my leg, and all these other things. So I understand what that means from a hospital standpoint. But in the universe of things, our spirits are always connected to the universe. We're always connected to our past. We're kind of connected to our futures too. But there are people who into magic of trying to connect themselves closer, when if they would just shut up and listen to the universe, they're already connected. It's I use this, I'm going to have to find the chapter and verse, but it's in the last chapter or two of the Bible and Revelations. It's, the angel comes to visit John, and John is so, this guy just, he's white, he's brilliant, he's cool, he's an angel, and he bows down and starts to worship him. And the angel says, nah, get up, dude. You are as I am, and you are as we are. We are all angel beings. It's been said in so many different languages and faith. And yes, for we our lineage comes from the stars, from other planets, from other places. Absolutely. The universe is huge. So when we just understand it's important, our tiny little lives do have an importance because we either add to the positive side of the universe or we are part of the yin or the yang, whichever you would consider the other side. So if there are a bunch of people who want to be serial killers, then that's obviously putting some negative shit into the universe. But at the same time, there are a lot of people who just give their lives for other folk and help and do and this and that. And that's the light on the other side. That is the yin and the yang of the positive and the negative. We'll never get rid of the evil because too much light, it would be things would be out of balance. It would get freaking boring. Okay. If all I had to, I've talked about this before, but to live in a gated community like the Christian heaven, Golden Gate, pearly gates, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Streets paved with gold and sitting on a cloud playing a harp or a lute or something like that. No. For a weekend, okay, but I want to know where the hot tub is. I want to know where the archery range is. I want to go, I want to go tubing. I want to go down, I want to go down, I want to do some white water rafting. Wait. I ain't going to sit on a cloud for the rest of eternity. That sucks. So I know my energy is already as an adventurer. And what do I want in the future? When I leave this body, I want to keep the adventure going. I want to go wherever it is, there's another adventure. Now, for me and myself, and having had visits with Mother Mary and stuff and so forth, I know that there's whatever it is that I am this time around, I've had this connection. And so I'm sure that I'll volunteer for some other kind of whatever to help folks out. But at the same time, I'm still going to want the adventure. Connect to the universe by your zodiac signs. I'm a Pisces, dragon, snake, wolf, and I'm a Libra dragon and water dragon. But to the point, those things do matter. But what matters most is what you intend to use with whatever you have this time around. Do you choose to use the energy of the universe on your behalf? Or are you going to try to be a negative SOB and be that, that negative side of the universe? So the story of the Native American, there's a young brave who's sitting talking to grandfather. And he said, grandfather, there's good and bad in this world. And grandfather said, yes. He said, there's the white wolf. And the white wolf represents the good and the bad. And then there's the black wolf. And he's the anger and the this and all the badness in the world. And the two of them are constantly fighting. And so the young brave stops and he thinks about it a second. He looks at the grandfather and he goes, so grandfather, which one wins? And grandfather looks at the young brave and he said, whichever you feed. So do you feed the dark side, the black wolf, or do you feed the white wolf, the light side? And the transition between the two is a very thin gray area where some folks kind of teeter back and forth. But to the understanding of the universe, for a lot of folks, they have to accept that they belong here. And they just have trouble with that. They have to have religion to explain it to them. Well, God said, okay, well, what about the Great Spirit? What about the source of all? What about the rest of the universe? Just quit being so narrow-minded and just thinking about the earth, that nothing else exists but the earth. That in itself is just silliness. We have to stop this. So when you bring your mind out of that twilight zone into the reality that there's all kinds of stuff going on in the universe. We might not know what it is or understand it, doesn't matter. It's still there. It's like the number zero. It still is a number, although it has zero value. It is the null set. It still exists because without zero, there wouldn't be any other numbers. There would be no coordinate system. So in the universe, guess what? There are things that exist that to us have no value, but without them, so we don't understand these things, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. So we have to just get that in our thick little skulls and say, wait, I have to accept there are things in this universe. I love you, Delaney. I'm getting out of here too soon because I've been on here. What, it's 3:30, almost 3:30. So yeah, 3:11, 3 hours and 11 minutes, and it's been 3 hours. It's 3:28 a.m. in the morning time. So much love, Pearl. But so anyway, our connection to the universe, understand that we do have it. Understand that there are energies, regardless of how we wish to describe them. It's our spirit, it's our soul. And our memories are electrically charged with our soul. So when we go into the astral plane, whether it's near-death experience or whatever it is, those memories that flashes before us, it only takes a half a second for a whole bunch of stuff to go by. Been there, done that, right? So, but, I really don't want to go back through it, but, I ain't dead yet. So, I spent a lifetime being depressed, unhappy, wanting to commit suicide, have made several attempts myself. And now that I'm 69, I realize, holy crap, the amount of energy I wasted in all that, and sitting up late at night and devising ways of killing myself. Or should I, you know what my issue is or was? I don't have an issue now. Well, it is sort of an issue, but because I live by myself, that I find, me dying here in the house and somebody having to find me, and that just, I don't want somebody to just find me, but I might not have a choice. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so, but as as being suicidal for a lot of my life, I always thought, well, if I hang, somebody's going to have to cut me down. If I run into a bridge or something, somebody's going to have to pull me from the vehicle, and there'll be blood and guts and brains all over. And if I do this, then if I die of an overdose, then nobody finds me for days. My body will be bloated with flies and maggots. And I mean, so I'm like, it's always about, later on, yes, I was grieving, but what kept me from following through on some of these attempts, which were a couple of them were really too close, that I didn't want somebody to find me. It was like, oh my God, somebody's going to find me. That and that's going to be a trauma to them. So killing myself, well, that was between me and myself and I, right? But to have somebody find me in whatever state that I did or whatever. So I've often said, people say, well, Hawkeye, you're too old. You go down in the woods by yourself. And what if you had a heart attack? Well, I'd die, right? And I'm down in the swamp. Who would be able to get down there to get me? Nobody, right? Who would know that I was dying down in the woods? Nobody. So, but the idea, though, that what better place for me to go would be out in nature where I like to be. So, okay, so I have a heart attack while I'm down in the swamp and nobody finds me. They find the kayak or something and an alligator eats me or whatever. Okay, I've become part of I have been, I have been recycled. You know what I mean? So I find that intriguing. So I'm not afraid of going in the woods by myself anymore, down in the swamp. I am cautious. I'm not looking to die. That ain't my purpose, right? In fact, I want to go to the river maybe tomorrow or the next day because it's just the right height right now. And the skeeters are not too bad. So I'd really like to get on the water. Anybody want to go? Come see me. Now's the time to go. So I want to get on the river. I want to go paddling. I want to go exploring still. I still want to be alive. I still want to be a part of this universe. The guy that I bought my canoe from, he was 72 when he paddled his canoe, the one that I have, 17 and a half foot Cadillac. It's a nice, Mohawk. Recommended by do. But he paddled it from Key West to Cuba for his 72nd birthday. And I bought the canoe when he was 74. And it's like, I'm only 69. So the more I think about this, I want to beat this guy at least to 74 in canoeing. And I don't want to paddle from Key West to Cuba, but there are some rivers I want to go down. I've been looking at some lakes and things. I want to go paddling with my granddaughter. She lives down near Pensacola, and there are a lot of places down there and bays and estuaries and things. And so why not? Why not go, boating? Why not? Like I've been fixing my truck. I got the radiator in. I've done these other things. Well, the older I'm getting, some people would say, wow, I'm getting too old for this. And I'm looking at it from my point of view in that some bitch, I'm 69, but I ain't dead yet. But there are still things I want to do. And they require being physical. They require doing stuff, I can't just sit here in a chair and I can dream about it and wish all I want. But what I really wish is to go do it. So I want to go paddling. I want to do these things. I want to visit people. I want to share. I want to do drums with folks. If they can't get here, well, maybe we can compromise. I want to, I still want to be active. And I guess that's why Trina said today on last night that I'm young at heart. I don't feel 69. I don't feel like I'm damn near 70. I got a year, but to the point though, no, I'm not going to look at it that way. Now I might die tomorrow, but I got a good attitude. Now that's my dance of life. I choose, even at the age of 69, to keep on dancing, that song. So I want to keep dancing. I want to keep dancing in the twilight when the sun goes down, or when the sun's coming up, or maybe when the moon is rising. I want to dance in that quote twilight, in the moonlight, right? In the misty moonlight, in that misty firelight, Da, 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 da. So what difference does it make? It's up to you, always. But know that when I'm dancing, you could be dancing. And maybe at the same time. And we wouldn't really know. Or maybe our spirits are dancing. Well, the world's turning to shit. It looks like hell. They want us to do all these things. They're making us one to do. They're taking away, and this guy's lost his mind, and he's in charge, and this, and yeah. Well, sometimes when it gets that crazy, the best thing to do is just dance. And you go, but why? Because it reconnects us with the universe. And through the dance, if it's a little soft shoes shuffle, say that real quick, soft shoe shuffle. If you're being a whirling dervish, or if you're doing an interpretive dance, or whether or not you're just standing in the yard and wiggling at the moon, it's the dance of the universe because it will set your spirit free. It reconnects us all to the universe. The energy is usually, there are those people who, dance for negative, I reckon, but most of us, when we dance, to feel good, so our endorphins are up, and it's a good thing to the universe. For the yin and yang of the universe, if you say, well, I can't really do nothing about none of this shit that goes on. Yeah, you can. You can keep on dancing. And you can keep putting energy in the universe. But it was a shitty day. So then find something to dance about. Well, we lost to this. A good friend of mine passed away. Yeah. And so I danced in their honor. Well, but it was sad. Yeah. But yeah, it was sad. I missed my friend. And I do. I missed my friend Marcia. We were supposed to do stuff this fall and we never got there. And I miss my friend. I miss my friend Serge. Uh, we used to go canoeing anywhere where other people wouldn't go. He and I would go together. But I live with them in my spirit, and my spirit is remembering them in the dance of life. So for every day I'm still alive, so are they. Why? Because I have a canoe and I'm going to go down in the swamp. That's what Serge and I did. I'm going to go camping like Marcia and I used to do. I'm going to do these things in their honor. I'm going to continue my dance with all the people that I've known, of all the people that I've met, of all their experiences and all of their dreams. And I'm going to dance with the universe, with this knowledge, with this understanding. Do I know everything about it? No. It's a feeling. You just somehow you just get it. Well, but maybe you were thinking about Aunt Frida, and you hadn't thought about Aunt Frida in a while. Maybe it was her spirit path you crossed or something, whatever it was. But Aunt Frida come to your mind, but she's been dead for 30 years. But still, Aunt Frida come to your mind. So whatever it is, you're keeping Aunt Frida alive through your memories, through your dreams, through your astral walks. But what if you met Aunt Frida in an astral body? And that's what triggered your wake up in the morning. You go, wow, I just dreamed of Aunt Frida. Well, what if you met her in the spirit world and saw her and that triggered your response? That's possible. Well, I don't think about it. All these spirits running around in this universe. When we die, we just don't disappear. So all these energies, all these frequencies, all these folk out there in the universe. And you tell me that you don't believe you'll ever come in contact with any of them or whatever. Well, now I talk to my angels, my spirit guides. So I already know I'm in contact with somebody. I've had little vision dreams of my Granny Raleigh. I've had these little, glimpses of folks that come to me out of nowhere, and I go, oh, I remember that person. Remember when you did this or the lesson or something, the experience, the love, whatever it was, with that little glimpse of that person, or sometimes a place. But this tiny little atom of information has got all these memories locked in it. And all we got to do is just access the twilight in our brains between the conscious and the subconscious. Allow the spirit to flow into this, twilightedness. Yeah, get that one out right. Twilightedness. That's a weird word. I just made up a word. But it's the twilight, it's that feeling, it's the ambiance, it's the whatever. To me, it's soothing, right? Sun's going down, you're sitting on the porch, and at the end of the day, or watching the sunrise, but it's that twilight, it's the between, and you have both. You've got the darkness and you got the light at the same time, But anyway, so it's the access to both, right? The light and the dark at the same time in the gray. But so in the universe, that means that these things, my spirit exists. It can coexist with other things. It's the light and the dark and the gray in between. And I'm part of the universe. Yay, team. Now, if that ain't confusing, I don't know what is, right? It's been 3 hours and 25 minutes, and I'm tired, but But it's been enjoyable hanging out with you all today, this evening, this morning. And it's 3:42 a.m. here in South Georgia, hanging out with Hawkeye and friends. We've had new folks hanging in with us tonight. And I welcome anybody to come back and let's have conversation. And for anybody that's had any kind of astral projection or near death experience, um, you know, I guess there are some things because I have experienced them since I was a child, like discussing the differences between what an astral projection is versus what a near death experience is. Very similar. One is with intent, the other is not. But they're very similar. But in the spirit realm of things, we exist. That's the key. And that just understand it. I don't know how it works, doesn't matter, but it does. I am a part of the universe. Do I know how? No. Now there are people, and don't get me wrong, am interested in how it works. But if I only focus on how it works, but the answers don't come, the rest of the universe is out there. Well, so people say, well, if I don't know how it works, then I can't participate. That's not true, because in your heart, that's the reason for this 3.5 hour video. In your heart, if you can hear the music, and with the music, you will dance. And if you understand the dance of the universe and that we're all connected, guess what? You've just uncovered one of the secrets of life. You know, very simple. We exist. So, my friends, 3.5 hours of rambling and stuff to consider. I offer my opinion, but having had a lot of experience with this, astral projection and stuff, I would just ask you to consider my position and what I've talked about, and that I would absolutely, some of these folk out there, and I may be talking to you, and I mean this with love and positive intent. Practice, practice your astral projection. And there's a couple videos that I've already done in the past. I'm assuming they're still up there. If not, contact me, raise your hand in a chat sometime and go, hey, do a video on the thingy. Okay, I'll do another video and try to explain again how to do some of these simple things that I've learned back in the 1960s. So they're tried and true. They're parts of these things come from, the secrets from behind the Iron Curtain, different other places, a combination of some stuff from Edgar Casey and just stuff, right? But it works. That I can tell you. Doesn't hurt, but it does require practice. If you're going to be good at anything, you have to practice. Now, some of us have natural abilities, but even natural abilities need practice. It's almost time for me to start splitting firewood. And I've been splitting firewood for the last 50 years or more, literally, right? And so, but it's going to take me a couple of swings to get my swing back, right? But I've been playing. I was thinking about golf and golf swing, but so I've been playing with splitting wood all my life. And so most of my life anyway, right? And so, but as much as I know it, it will take me a couple of swings, a day or two, to get my practice back down for splitting firewood this season. So, and I will be grateful and thankful that the Spirit still allows me to cut and split firewood at my age. And to be able to tote it. I do need a no cart though to tote firewood with. I'm going to put it, carrying it across the yard is really hard on my back. So, but I can put it in a little scooter thingy or something and bring it to the house. So I'm going to have to be a little smarter in how I support the wood this year. But the fact that I'm still here and I know how to do it, and but like I said, it's the practice, it's the thing. So in anything that you do, so with astral projection, there's absolutely, you know, simple formulas that you can do, and then when you learn these simple basic things, you'll know the difference yourself. And unfortunately, I know the difference, you know. But um, I think my having no idea what astral projection was when I was 12 or 13 and flying around with my magic pillow, not a clue, right? It wasn't until later that I found out what I was doing was astral projection. And I went, oh, holy shit. So because I'd already known how to do it, because I already had proof that I had been doing it and that I could do it, then the next step was obviously to practice how to do it. So, but a lot of other folks don't have that, or they dismiss it because if you talk about it to somebody, you're absolutely immediately labeled as some crazy kook, right? So you have to be careful with who you talk to about some of this stuff. So those of us who've been practicing it for years and doing it and working on it and so forth, versus those folks who have recently it's come to their attention or whatever. It's okay because part of the things that I was told that I would have to do was to teach other people the simple ways of doing these things. You don't have to join a club. You don't have to pay money. You know, we're going to have a conversation and you're going to learn. You're going to do these things. And the whole trick is you're going to practice. And when you practice and you see it and you learn it, you're going to go, oh, holy crap, right? So, but you know, for me, it's like no charge. You know, you want to learn this stuff? Okay, I'll do a video sometime. Somebody let me know, and we'll, you know, I'll just discuss just the fact like I've done before, but I will label it as stuff, you know, practice, you know, astral projection or something. It'll be a simple title, but that'll be it. So for people who really want to do it, or you know, think they know how to do it, but they've not practiced. So here's my point: they can't prove that they can do it because they've not set up parameters. And they could very well be astral projecting and so forth. Hey, David, that castle, God Almighty, I could not remember your last name. I was talking about you earlier. Were your ears burning? I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here, Dave, but you want to smoke a bowl with me? Ain't that terrible? Hey, welcome. Hey, want to fire one up, dude? You know, I know you're up yonder and I'm down here, but anyway, so everyone, wait, I have to put some parameters in this. Everyone with a human type essence, okay, and I don't mean you going to leave them other entities, you know, out because I don't know about them. But what I do know, those of us with mostly human essence kind of thing, versus some other kind of alien structure that, you know, just saying, um, in that our energies and our souls, we have understood things that other folks might not do. We also, simply because we're human beings and without these other kind of injections from the universe, that we can learn to astral project. We can use that spirit side of us. Uh, I know for a fact, and many of you know, we've done things here in the chat room and so forth, where when Brian, you know, Barnett was alive and we used to do stuff, and I would be on his show. you could see me in the background, and he would be about to ask me a question, and I would go, and then, and I would say what Brian was thinking, and he would go, I was just about to ask you that question, Hawkeye. And I go, I know. And we used to do it all the time. Psychic connection, instant, without conversation. It's right there. There's a picture. I see the picture. I don't know how I do it, but there, when I've done, um, by the way, I really do want to do a night of card readings. But quite frankly, I've been a chicken shit. Okay. I just, after around my birthday and stuff, there's been some nice but odd little changes or whatever going on in my brain. And I just didn't want to kind of pass them on. I wanted to make sure that I had my shit settled before I tried to do card readings for somebody else, But in the card readings and that kind of thing, it kind of corresponds in that there I can, in my mind's eye, and I think of this in how Casey would explain how they would ask him in his trances, I see this person and they're such and such and such and such, and they're blah, 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 and this is out of whack. And if they will take this and do this and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So in that, I can, when I say, raise your hand, so my spirit will know that you're out there and who you are. So I'm trying to make this quote psychic spirit spiritual connection to you, right? Or to the person who wants the card, right? So I can just pick cards at random, but it might not mean for shit. But for me, I don't know how anybody else does it. But in what I've learned for myself, and of course being around other people who do cards uh, and things. For example, it's not off topic, but one of the guys that I worked with on the carnival, he was a big man. His name was Roy, and I can't remember his last name. Big man, but he had several surgeries on his neck, and he had to turn his whole body. And I mean, he was like 350, 400 pounds big man. But he could guess your weight and guess your this and guess your that. And so he taught me a lot of stuff. And he was quite frankly a psychic. I've looked back on it over the years, and yes, he had these tricks, and yes, he had certain methods, and he had done it all of his life. But what he didn't tell me that I had to assume because of my intuition that he picked up for me and that we kind of shared long before this kind of stuff ever come out to light. It was very hush hush, but basically, he was psychic. He could pick up other people, and he would had a little pad of paper and he'd write it down and he'd show it to me. And so he'd tell the girls or whoever was asking, guess your weight or what I had for breakfast or whatever. And he'd show me the answer that he'd wrote down on this little pad of paper, and then ask the girls or to tell him, what he had. And so that he would show, the girls and say, well, see, I wrote it down. But if he lost, he wouldn't show them anything. So to prove to me, he showed me his writings, and it was like bacon, eggs, and tomato juice or something. He had, like BLT, bacon, lettuce, tomato, or he had a little code, but it always meant the same thing, right? So he had it wrote down, and so he showed it to me, and I'm sitting there, and he's teaching me how to do this, right? And the girl says, well, and they're whispering between them, and he nudged me with his elbow. And I was like, and he couldn't turn his head, but he just raised his hand to his ear, you know, and kind of looked at me, cut his eyes to where I could cut my eyes, and we had our eyes cut at each other, kind of thing, and to listen. And they were discussing what they were going to do. And he had already wrote down breakfast before they had said what they wanted. So, okay, mister, here's my dollar. I want you to guess what I had for breakfast. Now, before they asked him the question, because there was all these other questions, you'd guess my weight, guess my this, guess my age, guess my, but he had already wrote down breakfast and what she had before she asked him. You see what I'm saying? So now, but when he was listening. So they were trying to discuss, well, I think I should. So he knew ahead of time simply because he could listen to this conversation over here, this conversation over here, this people, those people, these people back over here. He could listen to the separate conversations within all the noise and hustle and bustle of a busy carnival. But at the same time, he would play them. So he showed me this pad. The girls asked him, which I was freaked out because they said breakfast, right? He had that right, but they didn't know it. I did, and I was freaking out already. So then what they had for breakfast, he was right. But because these two girls were real giggly and pointing and everything, there were a lot of other people watching them. So he bumps me with his elbow and he goes, well, I got it wrong. He goes, you all win. It was $1 for this shelf, $2 for this shelf, whatever it was, right? Oh, look, we won, we won. See, he didn't know. But when she said what they'd had for breakfast, he had it exactly right on that piece of paper. Now I looked at him after they walked away and I said, why'd you do that? And he said, because everybody thinks I'm stupid. So somebody's going to come up here with $10 and say, guess my whatever. And he said, then I get him. So his hook was, he was right. Like 90% of the time I stood there watching him and whatever, but he would lose on purpose because there were other people that wanted to come in and play. So because he could listen to the crowd, because he could understand the bigger picture, he was willing to lose in order to win. But he understood it, the bigger picture. But my point to all of this was he was freaking a whole lot more right than wrong. The psychic thing, there were times when I'd look at him and I would reach for something and I'd put my hand like on a wrench or something. I've helped people before because I could see what they would need it. So they would raise their hand and go to ask for like a crescent wrench or a screwdriver or something, and I would put it in their hand before they asked me. I have done this a lot, and I would do this with him. So he knew I had, quote, the gift of something, but he never called it psychic or anything. He just said natural talent. And we all have this. And I'm going to teach it to you because we were friends and I used to help him and his wife. And because he was disabled a lot, he couldn't do. So I'd help him tear down and set up his joint. I'd help him load and do stuff. And he would help me out and buy me dinner or pay. Brian Lunsford, oh my God. Whoa, man, I saw your name in my phone book the other day. Has your phone number changed? I was going to give you a call because I'm trying to go down. I'm trying to get into the panhandle. I wanted to talk to you. I'm getting my truck fixed. I got my radiator in. I'm ready to go driving. My phone number hasn't changed, Brian, so call me sometime. But I'm trying to get down into the panhandle and do some kayaking with my granddaughter. And if I'm down there, it'd be really cool to at least meet up with you. I'm looking for a place that I can go camping with me and the dog, at least cheaply, and be near water. So even though, Brian, we haven't chatted in a while, I've been sending you prayers. So just, you do, Brian? Okay. You still got my phone number? We need. I don't want to do this in the chat room right now, but I'm very serious. I mean, to have the to have done what I've done to the truck up to this point is like I'm really serious. I am not bullshitting anymore. I want to go see my granddaughter, and oh, is it firing the whole time? It's always firing the whole time, right? It's 402. It's 204 somewhere, or 420 if we arrange the numbers. You have my email too? Okay. I can't remember the last time I got an email from you, but for me, I need to talk with you. I need to be able to ask a question, and well, what about this, and how about a and email? Yeah, I would love to just have a chat with you, because my brain is like got. I have been Google Earthing the Panhandle from Pensacola all the way over to Tallahassee in the Apalachicola River, and all actually all the way over to the Ochlockonee Bay. But but yeah, would absolutely. And I'm not necessarily, although I would take you up on it. I'm not actually, trying to bum a place to stay, but I am looking for, hey, do you know of campsites or campgrounds or whatever? Because I've been looking at the different creeks and stuff and rivers and Yellow River and this creek and Harvey Creek or this one. Anyway, and there's some interesting places, and I would love to be able to. Um, oh, yeah, I took a hit. Oh, okay, I'll do it again. Fire in the hole. But yeah, so anybody in northern Florida, it depends, or southern Alabama, you know, would love to go floating with somebody, or y'all or whatever. So, and yeah, but I thought about it when I was talking to my granddaughter. She called me on my birthday, Brian, which I haven't talked to her in years, right? And I have been begging her before I die to go kayaking with me, right? Because she's a Navy girl, and did her term in the Navy and so forth. And but anyway, so I'm like, come on, I love the water and all this stuff, and you're Navy, for God's sakes, go kayaking with me. And so finally, she called me and wants to do it. So I got to make this happen before I pass away. Not that I'm working on it, but Blackwater is perfect. Is it really? Yeah. Yeah, Blackwater River. There's some places over around Chivley and Bonifay because what I was trying to do, my truck still is old, and I was trying to find a place that was halfway ish, so they could come from Pensacola and might not spend the night. Now, this was before I seen you here in the chat. I will reconsider, uh, but the idea that I could get halfway, three-quarters of the way, and it'd only be a 2-hour drive or so from Pensacola. And so because they have animals at home and stuff, and they can't get away for a weekend. So they could get away for the day and then make it back the same day. So I was looking at that for myself. But that's one reason why I want to chat with you. It's like, but Blackwater might be further than I can. Navarre is perfect. It's 30 minutes away. Yeah, I've been checking on several places, and that's my point. And right now, everybody's water's up. The Ochlockonee River made it back almost up to 9 feet again. It's 8.5 foot and starting to go down. Yeah, from Pensacola. Yeah, I'm not sure where in Pensacola, but basic area. So um, she goes out and because she's Navy, she's got passes to be able to go out on some kind of place on the base or some point, maybe Fort McAllister or something. Anyway, and she wants me to go down on the beach. But me and the bright and the beach and the open and all that kind of stuff, I just don't do well. I really don't. Never did. You know, now in the evening, 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening, go out for the evening and watch the sun go down and be there for at an early night until 9 or 10 o'clock at night, or to until midnight. Oh man, okay, I could go to the ocean then, but to be there during the daytime and do all the nah. Now, if I was sailing, different. If it's daytime and I was out on the water like that, like I used to do down in Tampa and in the Bay and all, and I used to sail off of Alligator Point down here, and off of what's the there's a state park off of, anyway, off of Appalachia. Um, I can't think of the name island right now, but anyway, but so have sailed in several of those waters in various sized craft. And, but to be out on the water and sailing during the daytime, oh, hell yeah. Put on some sunscreen and long sleeve shirt and put my sailor cap on and deck shoes, and I'm there. So, but to just go out on the beach like some folks do, I, I gave that up a long time ago. That's why I would like for my granddaughter, she's like always at the ocean, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I was like, well, we could go in the bay. Yeah, but what I'd really like to do is take you on a river, and see some springs and places and be, yeah, the ocean's fine. Yeah, 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 that's all really. But yeah, have you ever been on a river? Well, no. Okay, come with me then. That basically was our conversation. We could take a canoe, and there's a place that will bust you up to the top of the river, and then you just float back down. Dude, I got 3 kayaks and a 17-foot canoe and a trailer and all my camping gear, and I can't wait to use it. Okay, I have been begging people to go with me, and if I have to bring my own shit so people will go with me down a river, then so be it. But then and I've got all the camping gear too. So uh, me and a buddy of mine, the idea was is that we could provide, adventure trips. You want to go down a river? Well, so do I. Okay, well, I got all this stuff. You help pay for it, and blah blah blah, so much a day. And if somebody's willing to pay, $30 for a half a day's canoe rental or something like that, shit, $30, and I'll take you down the river and get, for the whole day for $30 on in my canoe, and gear, throw in a little extra, and we'll make a picnic. Simply because I want to go and to have, whether I know you or not, to take somebody who's never been on a river or experienced it or whatever, that's even more cool from my perspective. But anyway, because that's what I wanted to be when I grew up. Um, Honestly, I tried to move to Arkansas years ago because I wanted to become a river guide on the Buffalo River, take people down, do fishing trips, float trips, that kind of thing. But up around here, I just didn't think there was enough want for it. Well, then I had to actually work for a living as an engineer and stuff. But now in my retired going on 70, I'm rethinking, and that I have the trailer now. If I fix my truck up, and if I do these things, and I've got several tents and tarps and equipment and all this stuff for the canoes and whatever. I've got extra um, flotation devices, paddles, and so I've got all the basics covered for somebody. But so there are a couple of rivers along up in there, and I want to be able to go more than once. In other words, I'd like to make, like, maybe for me 3 days. A day for traveling to get there. Not that it's going to take me a day, but at my age, 2 or 3 hours is like that's the day. But get to where I'm going, or find a spot, or settle in and whatever, and then maybe do a little paddling if I get there early enough or whatever. Do a little campfire and get close to nature in that spot. You know what I mean? And then the next day is river, whatever it is, whoever wants to go, and then they go home, and then the next day is for me to play around, get all the gear together, and then maybe come back home, or maybe stay another night and then come back home the next day. But to the point. So I'm not in any hurry to have to get back home here at the house. So there's, since I don't have chickens to feed all the time and other things, I've got kitty cats, but I can feed them for, 3 to 4 days and ask the neighbor to stop by. And now that I know my neighbors, then they can stop by and make sure that, there's enough food for the cats. So, there are things that are easy to come by now. But so my schedule is, up when you want to come, or when you want to go. I go, well, I only have one dog, Ryan, but thank you. They rent also. There are campsites and all that is possible at Blackwater. There's a guy that works there. Reminds me of you. He's a doppelganger of me. Oh my God. Holy crap. But great for grounding out. Yeah, there's a couple of places that are up near Bonifay, and I can't remember the Vernon. There's a little town, little crossroads town called Vernon, and there's a creek, Harvey Creek, I think it is, or something like that. I might have the wrong creek, but anyway, it's in that area. And there are a couple of campsites, and there's like only one or two, and you have to call ahead or get whatever, to get reservations. But so I was kind of looking at that, uh, because I forgot you live down there. And I don't want to be an imposition. I mean, honestly, for me, I want the adventure. I want to find some place I've never been before. But I want to show up, but I want to show up prepared. If there's no toilet, then I'm going to have my bucket with a toilet seat on it, and I'm going to have my little toilet. I will make sure that I'll have enough water for whatever I need to do, right? For washing or drinking, or I'm going to have my stuff, right? I know how to primitive camp. So, and it's not a big issue for me. So, and since I haven't really done it recently because my truck and all these other excuses, now I'm like out of that phase. That I'm 69 years old. By God, I'm ready for some more adventures. I'm not dead yet. Damn it, where can I go next? And well, I can't go there because the truck's not fixed. The truck's almost fixed. Yep, I'm working on it seriously. So the new radiator was a big step. I believe I just sent a text to your phone. You can't send a text to my phone because I don't have a cell phone. It's a landline. Brian, my email is real easy. It's DW lowercase, 52, the year I was born, at Gmail. DWNULL52 at gmail.com. It's real simple. And if you can't remember my phone number, I'm in the Moultrie directory in Georgia. Okay. David Null, Zion Grove Church Road. I'm in the phone book. So then you send it to someone else at 4:30 in the morning. They're going, who the fuck is this guy? Who's Brian Lumsford? Jesus, God Almighty! Are you seeing somebody on the side? I'm sorry, I just kind of went bonkers. Yeah, I think I'm going to stir up this bowl because it's going to be officially 4:20. And Brian, it's really good to see you. I really would be nice to meet you in person and all that. And like I said, I'm really getting my shit together here. And I mean, since we've talked last, I put together a cement mixer. I've got some more digging on the foundation. I've I have spent a lot of time here recently pulling weeds. I've got certain weeds that are in my yard and in the field and around the house that are a nuisance, and I've cut them down, but they need to be pulled, and they're just not like a weed. No, these are these bushes kind of thing, and they're a pain in the ass. Brian, is this you? Here, let me check and see. It says wireless caller. Whoops. I was going to go, hello? Was that you? 850? The line is not in use. Did you just... $17.01? I'll have to check, but I'll leave it in the phone. I've got a book where I've got everybody's numbers that have sent them to me or whatever. Hey, Chloe, that's you. Okay. Hello.
Yeah, it's me, buddy.
Hi, everybody. This is Brian Lumsford. Live and on the phone.
Yeah, I got your number here. Yeah, I tried this in a text to you, but I give you a call tomorrow, or you can give me a call, but I still got your number. You're welcome to come and stay here, buddy. It wouldn't be a problem for an imposition at all. And it's perfectly spaced, from Pensacola. Blackwater is an amazing place to go. It's a full day affair, or you can camp, whatever you want to do. It's got it all. We have a good time. We've done up to like 3 times this past summer, and we've had a blast. So it'd be perfect for your family.
Well, whether it's my family or not, but it's going to damn sure be me and the dog.
I'll go with you.
I mean, not that they can't come, mind you, but yeah. Oh, it's 4:19. Yeah. Okay. Good. So where are you close to?
I'm in Navarre. I'm like 30 minutes from Pensacola.
Navarre. Okay, that's why that name looks familiar when I look at it on the map. Okay, yeah. Then I'll know what I'm looking at. Okay.
Yeah, right on Jessica Way. It's on 98. So you just jump on 98, go right into Pensacola wherever you got to go.
Yeah.
And we got plenty of room here, David. So I mean, and if you want to camp, you can do whatever. But we've got.
Well, I wouldn't mind staying or whatever, but it also, I really do like camping this time of year. I wait for this time of year to go camping. So.
There's all sorts of places you can camp around here.
Well, let me ask you a dumb question.
They got campsites up there too, but it's not like you got to pay.
Yeah.
You show up on the side and you can hang out. There's so many options to do that.
Yeah, right.
They put you on a bus at the bottom. They take you up to the top, or you can take your stuff up to the top. Somebody can do it, but they've got it all worked out.
420, cool. Maverick, right back at you.
Yeah.
I had to pause for the cause, man, because it's 420.
Oh.
I had to pause for the cause, man. No, here's something. And I don't have anything rigged right now, but it might prompt me to do it. Are there any places down there that rent sailboats? And I don't mean like 20 footers.
Yeah, I'll look. Definitely. I'll look it up. I'll look for some. I've got some friends that may have sailboats, so I'll look all that up.
Well, here's the thing.
Research it for you.
All right. Here's the thing, and I wouldn't mind paying, but free is cool too, but I still wouldn't mind paying. But I have sailed a Hobie cat. It was about a 16, 17-foot Hobie cat years ago, and I am here to tell you, when you get that thing up on one side and that sailboat, have you ever ridden one?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yes. Yeah. I've had some really.
For me, it was like thinking of golf. I wouldn't like to do it, it doesn't look fun at all. But then when you do it, it's amazing. And sailing is amazing.
Yeah, but I played golf, but I'll tell you what, to get up on one on that one pontoon and be hauling tail across the water, I've been jet skiing on up above Hoover Dam back when it was full. There were certain things in my life that had been really exhilarating. Whitewater rafting in the mountains and stuff. But golf, no, but man, to be able to sail again, number one, but to sail on a Hobie Cat, woo, before I die and get too old to do it, I want to. Who wants to go?
Well,
I'll pay.
I'll look it up. I'll find some good deals or whatever. We'll just give me a couple days and I'll get back to you. I'll send you an email. I got your email too. I think I have your email. Actually, probably don't, but I remember putting it in. That's how I contacted you before.
Yeah, I probably got you listed too, but now that I got your phone number, because the dumb questions I need to ask will lead to another dumb question. But you could send me a link to something through the email, and but I like to ask too many questions about certain things, because you'll never know what I'm thinking,
So that damn crap fly over my head. One question leads to another.
Yeah. Well, if you can't do that, well, I might have three other options. Like, for example, not that I'm against doing any canoeing or sailing or whatever in an estuary or, in an inlet, right?
And I live right here on the sound. I'm the sound side. My neighborhood goes right out here to the dock, and you can even put your canoes right in there.
Really?
Just right up the sound. Yeah. All sorts of good options.
Well, see, that's my point. And when I brought that up, well, you live on the, okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, we do it all the time. My neighbor's got a couple of canoes. We'll go jump in and cruise out there, and we'll go to the other side, go up to the barrier island on the other side, and then that connects to the beach.
Is the water very choppy?
What's that?
Is the water very choppy, or it just depends on the day?
No, it's a sound. It's like if you look, it's called the Intercoastal Waterway. It goes all the way to Pensacola, actually, and then down to Fort Walton Beach, Destin, and then it goes out into the Gulf, out in Destin, and the next time it goes out, it's in Apalachicola.
Yep.
So Pensacola, Destin, and Apalachicola, all those go out to the Gulf, but it's an intercoastal waterway.
Right. Okay. No, but still, I mean, I've been on Lake Seminole down here between Florida, Georgia, and Alabama, and there've been whitecaps. So,
Yeah, it just depends.
Okay.
Yeah, usually it's like glass out there, but, if there's a storm coming through, but we're past all that time of year pretty much, unless somebody generates something. Weird frequency device.
That was a good hit, but it was also funny as hell too. So, but anyway, all right. Well, look, that's great that you called me and everybody's listening to our conversation. This is wonderful. No, but if y'all in the Pensacola area, let one of us know, and you may go kayaking too, because I got 3 kayaks and my canoe, and depending. I was just going to bring them all because part of my journey is that I wanted to see how well I could ride on it with taking all my stuff. How well would the truck act and everything? You know what I mean? So.
Well, if anybody else is watching the channel like to come down, that'd be fine too. They could stay. We'll call Teresa and see if I can get her down. She'd love to do something like that. I mean, I haven't really talked to anybody. I mean, I've been watching from a distance. I haven't talked to anybody in a while. It's been a long thing since Brian passed. I've been kind of just hovering, doing that soul searching stuff, becoming more real, as I like to call it. It's quite the journey, buddy.
Yeah.
The shaman's journey is quite the journey.
Well, see, and for me, like here at the Hermitage, I was up at the driveway today looking at the sign that's leaning off to one side and weeds growing up in front of it, going, well, that's about appropriate, right? Because nobody,
Yeah.
yeah, but here I am with the Hermitage, ain't nobody come, Uh, but for me, to choose the Hermit at any point for any length of time is a serious decision. And there are folks like, well, I'm going to, spend time in the jungle or I'm going to go to the mountains. Well, okay. I seriously, I mean, okay. And I wish you good luck. But then when people start experiencing it, ain't it all what they thought, or or they expect too much, I think, in ways like it's I'm gonna go to the wilderness and it's gonna solve my problems. Maybe not.
Well, I've had some grand experiences with going inward with that kind of stuff. Being in isolation or pulling yourself out of the mix for a little bit, it can be a good thing. It's hard, but it's hard to turn inward totally, and then see everything from that standpoint. That's been important to me to experience, and the experiences that I have just increased tenfold. I kept quit seeing the situation of they are doing this, I see that as an aspect of myself, and the more I wouldn't even say improve, the more I experience within, the better I experience without. Does that make any sense?
Yes, a lot, because how my insides felt several years back after having all those bad head injuries has led me on this journey to having just had my birthday in September. I'm looking at things and it was an odd feeling, and I was like, it's another birthday. No, you're almost 70. What?
Are you a Libra?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Well, when was your birthday, or has it come yet?
The 11th. Yeah.
Oh, so it's tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow.
Well, happy birthday, damn it, man. Tomorrow is Brian's birthday. Wish him a happy birthday, everybody. Honestly, good deal. Good on you, brother.
Yeah.
So, okay. Having had searched the Panhandle, I got a better idea of where you live in perspective to like everything else, right?
Yeah, in fact, let me write this down.
Just,
you got a pen, Andy? You can look it up on the internet. It was easy to remember. It's 1981 Jessica Way. Just think of Jessica. 1981. What a great year. And then you can see where I am. It'll show you where I am in perspective to Pensacola.
What? And as far as Navarre? Did you hear that part?
No, I didn't.
In relation to in Navarre?
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
1981 Jessica Way.
Hang on. I got your phone number in my book. Let me get the two together since we're doing this live. And hey, Michelle.
Hey, I'll tell her I've been late. Yeah, I just happened to get up, and I haven't popped on YouTube, but I popped it on. There you were live, so it wasn't any coincidence. Everything's meant to be that way, so that works out.
Yeah, okay. I found your phone number, so now let me write it down. All right, 1980. Oops, see, I remembered 1981.
Yeah, 1981.
Hang on. I'm trying to remember. Jessica Way.
Mm-hmm.
See, I have to do memory things because old age has a tendency to do shit without your permission. Did you hear?
I can remember stuff from 16 or 14 years of age, but these cell phones screw up short-term memory big time. I've been practicing remembering things too again.
Yeah, it really is important because I don't have a cell phone, which is something I probably I need to look into soon. That's one of my hurdles, because if I go traveling, I want to be able to say, "Hey, I'm here," or I got lost, or where are you, And so
you can go up to Walmart or whatever and get you a freaking phone now for $30.
Well, I know that's one of the next things on my list to do, because I don't need a phone here, but if I'm going traveling, yeah, I do, because I want to be able to communicate with other people, because there are no payphones anymore.
That's one of my biggest things, man, has been having the ability to put my phone down. Months ago or last year at this time, I was picking it up all the time, and I really tried to abstain from using it like I was, and then putting it down. It is very distracting. It's extremely distracting.
Very distracting. Yep. And I've spoken on the cell phone thing. In fact, I said something about, I did a thing about vampirism, and the fact that people aren't even aware of it, that it's just like blood. They have to have their cell phones. They got to be able to check it. And
it's an addiction.
It's social vampirism. I called it social vampirism.
Mm-hmm. And I get my family members, I always have the phone away and the ringer off. Family members will call and they get mad because I don't pick up. I'm not big on gossip and talking about people behind their back. It's non-productive at all. It's like not sticking your hand, not doing the ostrich thing and sticking your head in the sand. It's just
not participating.
Yeah, and it's hard to work on within when you're always out.
Yep.
It really is. That's just me. That's just the step I'm having to go through, and it's taken about a year so far.
Yep. And you know what, though? That's a good journey for you. And I mean that wholeheartedly, because it takes a lot of courage for anyone to take that journey. And if you take the journey for 3 days, if you take it for a week or a month or a year, it's one hell of a journey. Because if you've made the decision, as you well know, once you make that decision, it's almost like you can't go back.
Yeah, I've always let people know. I've always expressed that love out there in the ether. That communication line is always open. That's something I'm trying to activate within my DNA, is being able to communicate in that way better. And the only way for me to get there is to do it. So it's not been an abstinence of love expressed out. It's trying to reach out in a different way.
Right.
It's practicing. It's like practicing remote viewing,
And in a lot of ways it is. And that's a good thing in that, because that's one of the things that, I always end my show with a prayer, right? But I mean it. Yeah. Every time me and Duggar go outside, and put our feet on the ground, I say a prayer for everybody that I know in the chat, or their subscribers who participate or whatever, and those folks who don't that I know. I mean, I just send out that general love to everybody, and I do it several times a day, but it's as a young man, I wanted to become a monk in the Catholic Church, and Sister Helene said, no, study Buddhism, because Jesus was a Buddhist. And so, and I've ended up on this path more with Native American stuff, but I've studied the Celts. I've studied different tribes and these and that, and all different Egyptians. I was into Egypt back when other folks didn't even know what it was. I had spent like $60 on a printed edition of the Book of the Dead.
Yeah. It's just really important to do all that. It's not a hermit life. I mean, I'm just trying to exercise those muscles, that internal technology. I want to be authentic with it. I don't want to just talk about it. I want to do it. That's you gain that gnosis of everything, when you, it's one thing to have it. It's another thing to use it.
It's another thing to live it.
Yeah, and so you wanted to talk to me. So there's a reason I got up and jumped on the phone and looked and happened to see you live. It's activated, and I love using it.
Yep, and that's one of the things that I think that my job here is, as part of this conversation. Oh, it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes that I've been on. Oh, gotta smoke another one just for that. Hang on.
The gematria of smoking. That's great.
And I said this in one of my other videos. I'm not promoting it, but damn it, if it's 420 somewhere, I'm just going to do it.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I'm 69 years old, damn it. I can do what I want.
That's right. And the other thing about Florida, too, you know, being down here, all that blossoming that they talk about lately, it's not a real issue here. People aren't wearing those masks.
Oh, you mean? Oh, no, do you mean the red tide blossoming?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the COVID blossoming.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
I call it the bloom.
Good. Okay, I got you. That's a good term. I like that.
They don't. People here are not frantic and they're not defiant. They're just not doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
It's
because
not their vibration.
That's the ironic thing with looking at the local hospitals and how they're promoting this. Strive for 75. They want 75% of the population by the end of the month, and blah blah blah. This is a really big thing. And then there's all these people that are going to the to the football games and the this and the that, and then the hospital is like, got to wear your mask, got to be 6 feet apart. They're like, having parades and floats and homecoming, and they're not paying a bit of attention. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then down in Tallahassee,
they're not doing it out of spite. They're not doing it out of spite. They're just not doing it because it's not in their vibration.
They just ain't doing it. Last year, they're like fed up. This year, they don't care. They want life back.
It's comical.
It is. It's hilarious. It's ironic, but it's
offer people burger and fries to do it, and it was just comical. It's comical. I couldn't believe it. It was the most generic kind of paid sponsorship. If you get this jab, you can get a burger and fries. It's like a double dose of death, you know?
Double indemnity.
Double indemnity. Anyway, I'll read
double indemnity. But anyway,
yeah. I'll research that stuff and holler back at you in a couple days. Or give me a call back in a couple days, one way or the other.
Well,
find out about sailboats. And as I said, you're welcome.
I was going through my notebook the other day and looking at phone numbers, and yours at the top of the list of phone numbers that I started right on this page. And I went, Brian, I'm supposed to call him for some reason. Now that's only been a couple of days ago. So the fact that you jumped on and the synchronicity for me is like, oh, hi. I was just thinking about you, not like I was like focusing, but I sent a message out to the universe that, I think I'm supposed to talk to you. And after researching all about the panhandle and everything, now I know why I'm supposed to get in touch with you. Oh, okay.
I love it. Those synchronicities are awesome. Do you have any idea how many times I see 22 in a day? I mean, it's like 20 times a day, and I'm not trying to find it.
Oh, yeah.
It's those kind of synchronicities are popping up. It's crazy.
Well, for like, now I'm talking about hermit, but see, you've been a hermit from cell phone things. You've taken a sabbatical. So to me, that's like a hermitage in a way. Okay. That's that's sort of where I was going with that earlier, and
Mm-hmm.
applauding you for that, because anytime you pull yourself away from something for whatever that reason, then you want to stick with it because you find it, it's important to you, right? So,
Right.
the going in to find about the out and so forth. And sometimes it's going out, like for me, I keep saying about my age, but, there's been so many years that I didn't do any real adventures, and I'm like, all that time I missed, I could have been out with it on doing adventures. And part of this is my own fault. And wait a minute, I've got control of this, I can still
Yeah.
go to the store and stuff, but wait, I can't drive to Florida. Wait, I can't, my engines, I can't do. Well, that's because you haven't fixed this or that or this. And, that was my fault. So I'm
Yeah.
partially to blame. Actually, I'm wholly to blame. but, but the thing is though, that for whatever reason now I'm like, man, I have missed all of these adventures coming to see you. I was up in Brian's territory, but unfortunately, it was a year after he passed. But my sister and I on vacation during the summer, we were up there. And so while I was there, I thought about him and went to the mountain and stood by a waterfall and said prayers and so, um, but that was one wish. And I thought after meeting my brothers and sisters for the first time this last summer in Ohio, that I just wasn't going to pass up any more opportunities. So the opportunity to come down to see my granddaughter, the opportunity in the same neighborhood to come see you, well, that's a double plus for me.
Well,
The fact that there are
okay.
places to bring my boats and canoes, that's a triple. Here we go.
Well, there's plenty of parking space, buddy. So whatever you need, I'd love to be able to make that, easier for you to go see your granddaughter. It'd be great to meet you in person. I've been looking forward to that and wanting to do that for a long time. So,
Are you sure?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt.
But I can assure you that, I'll be a pocket full of fun rather than being a negative Nelly. Hey, Greg
Yeah,
Jackson,
yeah,
how are you? But yeah,
that's fine. That's fine with me, buddy. I don't have a problem with that being a pocket full of fun. Can't do the negative, Valley.
hey, now let me ask you
Just so
something.
tiresome.
Did I hear you say something about music earlier?
No, I don't remember saying anything about music, but
Uh,
there's a lot of that down here.
oh, do you play music?
I did, yes. Yeah, I can play any brass instrument, woodwind. I haven't done it since I was in high school or for drum corps afterwards, but
Oh,
yeah,
woodwind, huh?
I can play music. Not a guitar. I don't know how to play guitar or anything.
Oh, what about harmonica?
Oh, I can play a harmonica.
Oh, well then, we can work that out. Okay, all right. Because I was like, if I come down, it would be nice to be able to bring music, especially if there's somebody, because that's one of the things I'm trying to get reinstilled. When I met my brother up in Ohio during the summer, in honor of a friend of theirs who got cancer and used to play in a band with him, um, that they first started it because he was, kind of ostracized because he's got cancer and all this, and folks didn't want to be around him. So they started Friday night, open mic kind of thing. And my brother's got microphones, and is that you?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Something clicked out for a second. You said they had microphones. I heard that.
Oh, somebody's trying to call me.
Oh,
I think it's Mossy Man.
It clicked.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, so in honor of him, they started open mics at his house after our collective mothers died there. So they set up the front room there, and he's got all kinds of mics and amps and electric bass. He's got a big set of drums. So the neighborhood and folks come over and they play.
Oh, that's cool.
they jam, and he said even the little kids come in there, and he said they just make noise, but we'll let them go in there and make noise for a little while, and we'll give them their chance, and then we go in and play music, and but it's open mic. Anybody can come by and play and whatever and join in. So, I've thought about that ever since I was up there, and the fact that I'd missed a Friday night. And he and I played for the first time. It was just a little, I was just sitting with his guitar and playing for a minute, and he joined in. And I was like, we used to play music down here all the time. And a lot of my folks are dead and gone, or they just don't do it anymore. So I think one of my things I'm supposed to do for myself and others is to bring music back. Let's play it, an old, I was talking about with my brother, and he goes, well, Mom used to play one of those tub basses. And I said, what? And he goes, yeah, she had a wash tub and a string and a thing. And he goes, that's what she played. And I was like, you're kidding. And he goes, no, she really, honest to God, played one. And I was like, so I was kind of joking about it. But earlier this evening in this session, I was discussing how, make music. And I was referring to what they described Mom playing was with a broomstick and a string and a wash tub,
That sounds like the stuff my people did up in Tennessee. All my people are from that area up there.
Yeah.
Like the hillbillies.
Yep.
The ginseng runners.
Yep.
Those people.
Yep.
Yeah.
And see,
they did that too.
I have a nephew that does that up there in Tennessee.
Oh yeah, a lot of Lunsfords do that.
Well, I can't remember his last name, but he's from up there. But anyway, and stayed with them up there in the mountains, and that was just Well, I used to go to the mountains all the time. 3 or 4 times a year, I would make a trip to the mountains. And this trip to the mountains, it was the first trip I've made in I don't know 10 years. And I'm like, wait a minute, how come I didn't do this before? How come I haven't come back? How come I quit doing this? Well, I've had all these, medical and traumatic experiences stuff, but I seem to be better now, and I'm sorry, but I want to go do these things again.
Yeah, I need to come out of my shell too. I'd love to do that, man. Because I'd love to get up there and go camping for a night or something too, and just be out in nature at night. Being in a city, I'd love to do that. I'm like craving those experiences.
Yeah, see, and that's one of the things I was kind of sort of getting at earlier, but we kind of, moved the track of things. But the idea, though, that, that it's the experience of going to a place I've never been, and whatever, spirits abide there, whatever energies abide there or don't, it could be you go to a place and it goes, and you just look at yourself and go, this place sucks, or it could be the best place you've ever been.
There is amazing. These energies are absolutely rejuvenating.
Right.
I love going up there every time I do it. You ever experienced doing something like in the sun? You go out and you never really get tired. And at the end of the day, you have this boost of energy because of it. Blackwater is like one of those places. It's sacred, It's
yep.
You don't come back and want to crash. You're just like, usually I come back and I'm straightening up the house or building something or doing something with the kids, and there's no exhaustion. That's one of the things about that the water itself too.
It's the water.
Rejuvenating energy, life-giving vortices that just push you to the next level. I love experiencing that. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Hang on a sec. Hey, Greg, you say you're from Heflin, Alabama. Whereabouts, north, south, east, or west? Because I'm down here in southwest Georgia, Dothan and Andalusia, and I've traveled in South Alabama, but I'm not familiar with where Heflin is. And go Tigers. Okay. I knew some folks. Yeah, Auburn. Oh, and no offense, but, us Georgia dogs whooped the shit. They put a whooping on them today. It was kind of sad. I was hoping Auburn played a little better, but anyway.
I don't mind if Auburn loses, as long as Alabama's the one beating them.
Well, Georgia and Auburn play today. I've been
Oh,
wanting,
did they?
yeah, I've been wanting to watch a Georgia game all season, up to now. And man, I gotta say, them boys are hot. They are tight. Not
Who
just
is the school?
because
How
I'm
is the
from
school in
Georgia.
Alabama? In Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, but yeah. So, but anyway, Brian, it's great to talk to you, brother.
Yeah,
And
buddy, you too.
I don't.
I'll holler at you in a couple days, and
I'm not in a
slow
hurry
people
to
down.
do this, as like got to do it next week. But at the same time, I don't want to wait too long, before it
Well,
gets.
it'll get a little chilly, you know.
I don't care.
Time,
I'm good with chili. I'm good with chili.
Yeah, me too.
I am near.
I love it cold. I don't mind the snow, but it doesn't snow down here. But this time of year, up through, it's been unseasonably warm for the past couple of years, so shouldn't be a problem. But I will tell you that the spring water coming out of there is cool.
Yes.
Cold, but you get used to it real quick.
Yeah. Well, maybe not. Maybe not me. But I can stand cold weather, but I can't stand cold water. I have frozen to death too many times because of cold water and hypothermia. I haven't. I can be around it and get in it. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not scared, but my body has an aversion to it.
Yeah. The other thing is important to bring if you go to Blackwater. Lots of rope or twine. You can tie things up. I usually get a canoe and I'll tie a cooler on the back of the thing, and I'll, an inner tube or something, and the kids will float in that as I'm paddling down. That's always fun. And it usually takes about 4 or 5 hours to do the whole route.
Well, that's not long. I usually go down the river for 2 hours, for an hour and a half or so, and then paddle back up, or paddle up the river and then float back down.
Canoes on the back of the bus, strap it on, and they'll bus you up to the top, and then you come back down to that point again where your car is, and you're good to go.
Yeah,
they got it all set up. It's really cool.
Yeah, see, for me, depending on the flow of the water, I'd paddle up and come back down, because I'm always usually by myself, right? And so there is no takebacks. That's why, if you were to come over this way, there's the Withlacoochee River I've been dying to get on, but it's going to require a drop off and a pickup, right? And I got the bridges picked out. I've done all the work, all the leg work, all that kind of stuff, but I don't have somebody else to do it with,
And I'll tell you, I've never seen somebody going up on this river. This thing moves.
Really?
If you're not paddling with the current, you'll be taken to the end,
Yeah, okay.
It really moves on its own. I've never seen somebody going in the opposite direction on this thing. It's usually everybody goes in that one direction.
Okay, hang on a sec. Greg, no, I'm down way south of Columbus. If you look for, I think it's Columbia is the town in Alabama, and on the other side is Blakely, on the Alabama-Georgia line there on the Chattahoochee. But no, I'm south of Columbus by a couple hours. So, but I know where you live up there. There's some.
We went up to Atlanta, went right through there.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. 27 is a really good highway too on that side of the state. It's really nice, and you can really haul ass. For anybody that's traveling, on the west side of Georgia or the east side of, and you need to go north and south. 27 is a really good divided highway, and it's a really good way to go. People make good time.
I think we took that actually.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really go through anywhere. I mean, it goes right up into the LaGrange, and we had folks over there, and I had some friends of mine a couple of years ago that up around Carrollton, and they said, man, he said, he lives up around Illinois. And he was like, man, he said, I went to school up here. We didn't have, 27 was a 2-lane highway and, through the country. And he goes, I come down this thing and it only took me a couple of hours to get here from Carrollton down here to the south. And I was like, yeah, it's amazing anyway. So, but yeah, Georgia's got some nice roads. We pay for it with our taxes and stuff. But, having traveled, around the country in different places, I got to say, Georgia's got some really nice highways. Now, they're dirty as hell.
We enjoyed going up there to Atlanta. We had fun. We had a good time.
Yeah.
Had a really good time. Well, hey, let me go. I'm going to go feed the dogs. And
okay, brother.
Making some waffles for people around here. Man, it's good to talk to you, and I'll holler at you in a couple days. Do me a favor. Tell everybody I said hello, and I love them.
And he just, yeah, they've been listening to the conversation, by the way. So
okay, I didn't know if I was there.
No, they've been listening. But anyway, yeah, Brian says he loves y'all, and we do too. So, all right, like I said, I'm not in a hurry, but I'll tell you what, if you poke at me, maybe I'll want to come sooner. Huh? I'm sorry, I was laughing too hard. Okay, just be nice about it. But yeah, okay, you have my permission to poke. All right, we love you, brother. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Now, how about that for interactive TV or whatever, when friends call up? And Greg, now let me turn my attention back to you. I'm about 6 hours. You're not too far away from Carrollton? Yeah, well, coming down 27 in Georgia, to come down to Blakely, depending on how fast you drive, there are places over around Blakely, and actually there are places further north. There are places on the Chattahoochee River, for example, up where Blakely is. The Chattahoochee River ain't real exciting. It's okay, but yeah, he's gone, but he's still with us, y'all. That was great, wasn't it? Could y'all hear him pretty good? Well, I'm about an hour or so before you get to Valdosta, Greg. So if it took you 6 hours to get to Valdosta, you'd be at my house or in this neighborhood in 5 easy. So, yeah, I am west of Valdosta by a good, and further north too. But anyway, yeah, I'm about a good 45 minutes to an hour from Valdosta. You love to kayak? Me too. I got 3 kayaks and a canoe. And if you're new here, I've been begging people, please come with me. I got the stuff. Just show up, But yeah, there are a couple of rivers down here. I'm on the Ochlockonee River in my backyard. Hey, Kaz, how are you? The little Ochlockonee River is my property line behind me back down here in the swamp. And the big Ochlockonee River is just, well, there are several places I can get on the big Ochlockonee, upstream or downstream. And it depends on what you're doing, Greg. You don't know me, but I mean that in a good way. I've had a lot of good friends that are black men and women. So you would be, I don't care what color you are, just as long as you're a decent person, but the folks down here, you gotta create a nuisance, or have a tail light hanging off and smoke coming out or something like that, so you asked what this channel is about, Greg. It's about spirituality without having to rely upon religion. We accept all religions here, and folks without religion. We are all about spirituality, coming together with Mother Nature, sharing with each other, sharing prayers and good energy and money and other things when it has been necessary. I mean, the folks within this group are some of the most loveliest people I've met on this planet. And I've never met most of these people in person. In fact, I don't know if I've met any of them in person. But, you know, yeah, us too, Greg. We're on the same page. You know, um, we're on the same page. But so, yeah, I don't know what your schedule is or what you do or whatever, but I'm 69 and retired, and I've had a lot of handicaps. I still have a lot of head issues from, uh, I've had over 20 serious head concussions and a lot of doctors using too many bad medicines on me and turning my brain to mush. But I instead of getting older, instead of getting older and more worthless, I I just refuse to look at my age. I just had a birthday. That's why I'm going through this. But I am I am 40, working the mental health system. Oh, I you know I lived in the mental health system as a patient. Hey, we'd get along real good. You want to be my therapist or no? But anyway, I've had some really good therapists over the years with my craziness, but but with that said, I'm much better now. Um, but I still have to deal with, my seizure activity, which sometimes is a bit of a pain in the ass. But anytime you want to come down here from my house, down the road, it's 15 miles to the river to a really nice place to put in. We can go upriver or downriver. There's really nice places to go and a lot of places to explore. And if you've never experienced the South Georgia swamp, it's different. It ain't like Louisiana swamp and stuff, but it's different. I thought, well, 10 years younger. Yeah, and if I can get my step together, I want to make it back out to Arkansas too, and me and Barry are going to meet. I want to get back on the Buffalo River again so bad. Can you buy land in this area? There are places for land for sale, yeah, but I don't know what you're looking for. Um, um, quite frankly, I don't know what the local market is at the moment, but I know there's been a lot of, folks rearranging and stuff, and up around Pelham and places there, and over around Camilla. You have 8 acres outside of Heflin. I got 18 and a half here, Greg, but I only got about 8 acres that's up on the hill far enough. Everything else is down, and prone to flood easily. It places water just seeps out of the ground if it rains a lot. But yeah, if you want to come down and go kayaking, and depending on my mobility, I intend to try to get more mobile. For those who've been hanging out with me, I finally got my radiator fixed after all these years. I mean, that is such a relief to me, and I feel so crazy. Oh, by the way, speaking of craziness, I went out last night, right, to finish up and do and I crawled up underneath. I had the hood open and had prepped it, and would look down there with my little flashlight. And what do I see? Hanging upside down, a spider web between the radiator and the engine. Okay, and there's an hourglass on the belly of this spider, meaning it's a black widow. So right where I got to go put my hands on the radiator and unhook the bottom hose and everything, somewhere is a black widow. And as soon as I spot it, and I've got some 100 acres of land and flowing people of name. Oh, well, Greg, down near K Road, Georgia, there is the Tama Indian tribe. And there are folks who they try their best to be a part of the Indian nation. But what it is, it's a bunch of folks from different tribes that tribes don't want. And they have the Tama tribe, but they are the lower Muskogee Creek. So 100 acres, huh? Well, there are places around here for sale, you know. Um, a couple of years back, there was a place that was like 110 acres, or maybe it was only 75, but there were two ponds on it. There was a really nice house. There was grazing. There was farmland. It was beautiful. And it went for $120,000, I think, for the whole place. But it was a double wide trailer, really nice shape, two ponds, and I mean, kept well. Had a corn grain bin on it. It was really nice. A friend of mine in Tampa was looking at it. He was going to buy it because anymore $1,000 an acre is you can bet on that. So 100 acres is $100,000. That's right there. Can you help me with anything? I'm just trying to clean up my place that it has gotten, misused and abused over the last few years because of my inability to do things. But, I don't know. People ask me that, and it's like, well, if I got a well I want to finish back here in the back that I got started. I need help with that. There's, but Greg, not any, I've been so self-sufficient all my life. I mean, I dug my own well. It's a hand dug well. And one of my issues, we had drought for so many years that I had a cave in, and there's a big piece of red clay in the bottom of my well. And every time I turn on the water, there's red clay mixed in with water. Now, you can't see it when it comes out of the tap. And I've got filters in line in two different places. But it still has a tendency to get by. But what do I need to fix it? Oh, I got stuff already here. I just need somebody to help me drill the hole. I got a hole out back, and all the equipment and everything. I got a motor with a post hole thing to drill the well and the whole 9 yards. I've been begging folks. I've offered money. Come help me for a day to finish drilling this hole back here in my backyard. I need a hand to guide pipe. Kind of, sort of, and just the whole thing, because what I've got is I bought a post hole, the one of those gas powered, post hole diggers, right? And folks for years have been using them to drill wells with. Well, because of my land and how it's set up, there is a bunch of water right behind the house, underneath this layer of sand and white clay. That's because I know that's there because I've dug this well out, right? And plus we've sunk test wells in the backyard. My friend that passed away this last year, he was a well driller and worked with water. And so, but anyway, so I found a place downhill for me, and that has been water there a lot. So I started hand drilling the well, and I got to a certain point that it was too hard for me to pull the pipe back up by myself, right? So I made this rig, and in order to drill it, because I've gotten down to about 10, 11 feet, um, that I hook on the post hole digger and drill it down for 5 feet, change the pipe, lift I've got what I used is it's a winch from a boat to winch the thing back up overhead. Add a piece of pipe, fix it to the bottom, drill some more and bring it down. When you get down to the next thing, then you unhook it and you crank it back up. And, so But anyway, to do it by myself is at my age. If I were younger, I would have already done this. But 5'11" here too, yes. And I've got the pipe, I've got a lot of stuff, I've got the this, I got the that. I just need somebody want to show up and get wet for a weekend because going to have to wash water down in it and that kind of thing. So it's going to be a little muddy and goopy but oh my God, you get to drill a well. you know, there are some people that when I was a kid, when I was growing up, if somebody said, I'm drilling well, can I come help? Because I just want to learn to see how you do it. But anyway, so, but Greg, I thank you for whatever you're offering. I've just been so self-sustaining in how I've lived, with like hand digging my well. And I've been a pioneer all my life and a true, not necessarily a hermit, but, I'm a country boy, um, and I've been poor. So, but here's the thing though, the interesting thing about my open well, right? It's sheltered. It's not open to the air, but it's open when you open up the shed there. But the idea though that, when people, when the electricity went off during the hurricane, now I've got rainwater stored as well. But here's the thing. I can throw a bucket down my well and get water out of it. How many people can say that? I mean, honestly. So there are folks, oh my God, you in the well, it's open well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, all these years of drinking out of that well, I have lived longer than folks who have lived in the city or all this other stuff for whatever it is. And I think possibly it's because I am ingesting small amounts of clay in the water and stuff that I boil, when I cook food stuff. So, had I not gotten hurt several years back and my brain got turned to mush, things would be a lot different here. But I'm not dead yet, and I'm still working on the project. I got the cement mixer out there that I put together. I'm ready to go buy some cement. Make sure it's not going to rain for a couple of days. I got my truck fixed up so I can go to town without worried about something honestly breaking on it. And so, where a couple of weeks ago, I seemed kind of stymied. I feel like whatever the hurdle was, I feel like I'm over it, you know. So I'm ready to get on with it, whatever it is. I think it was because it rained all summer long. Everything we tried to do outside, it rained, it was rain, it was rain, it was rain. And I'm just glad that fall is here, although it was muggier and snot yesterday and today. Today, what? Not so bad, but um, you know, yeah, kayaking down here or somewhere if it's not too far for me to drive, only because my truck is old, and uh, I don't want to overdo it. So, but I'm willing to travel if I can afford it and make it. So, anyway, Greg, if you're still there, I'm in the phone book. David, no, I don't try to hide anything. There. I used to travel around and do storytelling and travel different powwows and different venues and puppets and storytelling and things like that. And so a lot of folks in Tennessee and Georgia and different places, where I used to travel. So I've been around. So there are some folks that go, well, I don't really want you to know where I live and where, I really don't want to know what my address is or my home phone. And holy crap, there are folks who had known my home phone and address for so many years for what, different businesses and things that I'm in. It's like, the AI, hey, Bob, by the way, thank you, already knows me. And those folks that, if they were going to do me harm have already tried. If it was for something else, well, then, but I'm here with all you good people. And, I'm here to, for whatever it is. Like it was really good to talk to Brian and he was like, well, I'd really like to meet you, and well, I'd really like to meet him, so for whatever that exchange is, I think it's good that we as people have it and that we can, through this medium, find each other in whatever medium we find ourselves in, but that we can share and that we understand one another. And hey, come over here. Look, I want to bring my stuff down. We can all go boating together. But, I mean, so I'm willing to, I don't want to be a burden on anybody, but, I'll share and do whatever I can. And, you know, uh, but anyway, but with that said, so I think that, oh my God, it's almost 5:20. I've been on here another hour. I need a hand to guide pipe. Yes, yeah, I'm reading back up. Hey Kaz, how are you? So, but anyway, with this um whatever I keep thinking back is to like whatever this hump has been for me this last couple of weeks or maybe a month or so, since I got back from Ohio and everything. It's just been really interesting. And nothing really bad, just different, different point of view, different outlook on life. I got to go to the mountains again. I got to go visit people. I don't know. It just opened me up in ways that I realized I have been too much a hermit. And it's, there's one thing to be a hermit, and it's another thing to be a recluse. And I realized that somehow I'd become a recluse, not just a hermit. I mean, I can come to the swamp and I live down here in the woods and okay, and I live this way and I got this and that and blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. I'm an old hippie on an old, okay, fine. So, but the recluse part, good, Kaz, sorry. I was thinking of somebody, but anyway, you too, Barry. And I'm going to get off here in a minute. We got 5 minutes? Wait, let me put my glasses on. I swear to God, I wasn't going to be on here for 5 hours again. And here I am doing it again. We got 1 minute. So, but anyway, it's been a very interesting ride for me. And I mean that in good terms, in that, in this energy and dancing. And here's a friend that I haven't talked to in a while, but I still think and pray about. And, Mr. Brian, and he calls tonight on the phone. We shared that. That was a lot of fun. And so, to have silence doesn't mean that we're not still connected, which is proof tonight for me, in that a week or so ago, I saw his name in my little book where I keep phone numbers, and I go, Brian, I knew he calls me. We're here, so isn't that just interesting? Thank you to the universe for that. So, do I have faith in the universe? Yeah. Do I understand exactly how it works? No. But I know that if you put it out there, I know that if you believe in it and if it's true enough and needs to come back to you, I mean, here's the thing. Brian wants to meet me. We would like to meet each other. That's a commonality. Now, if it was one-sided, one way or the other, that connection might not necessarily happen because one person's like, well, I'm going to do this and it, where I might not be aware of it, or I'm thinking about something and they're not aware of it. So, but if there's like a year or so ago and we talked and we was like, yeah, we're going to get together. Sometime you're down to my granddaughter. Yeah, Pensacola daughter. Right? Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So now, after this time, the communication is back without asking or making a big deal in the universe. It just came. So I intend to live more life. I intend to meet more people. I intend to have more adventures in my journey of life just because it's fun. you know why? Well, but the lessons learned and the people and the energies and the places. And for me as an adventurer, to be able to go and meet someone and have the adventure of, for me, let's do a campfire because there's just something about them, right? And especially in another place and then, in a quote camping environment or whatever. But to every place I've been to camp or be, even locally down the river or whatever, there are places that just feel special. You just want to sit down, and sit on the bank and watch the river go by. And I'm thinking of a particular place down here on the Oclockney where me and Duggar, I took pictures of this and put it up on Facebook. But, there's this little place up on a hill that you can go and it's down the river. There are no roads to it, and it's high up on a bank and the big pine trees around is absolutely gorgeous, and it's on one of these little outtakes from the river that's sort of like a pond or a lake or whatever, but it's attached to the river, and sometimes alligators swim through there, but being up on the bank and where it was just like my brain still knows and feels what it's like, whatever it is on that spot on the river. And I've been to a lot of different places on the river, but none of them felt like this particular little area up there. So there are places that energetically, for whatever reason, feel really good when you're there. So for me, the adventure is going and finding and being around these energy spots. Now, could they be ley lines or whatever? They're just energy spots, okay? So for me, the adventure, and yeah, it's going down the river, it's doing this thing, but it's stopping along the way because my spirit guides have always, given me good advice. They say, "Here, pull over here. We got something we want to show you." Okay, I pull up, walk up the bank, and ooh, there's this really nice spot up there to camp. Ooh, it's really nice up on the bank. Ooh, it's up in, wow, holy crap. If I hadn't listened to my spirit guide, I'd have kept on paddling, right? So it's proof to me, as far as my attachment with my spirit guides or angels, it's my attachment and my understanding of the universe, my attachment with nature just calling out and going, "Hey, Dave, we got a good camping spot over here. Why don't you pull over?" I missed 520. Did I miss it? Well, here's cheers again anyway. So a large part of this video and visiting with you all tonight, which has been very profitable in that I got to speak with Brian, we did, but it is my proof to me, my proof to you as I share this journey. In that, I've been talking about some of this stuff that I've been stuck on, and I'm getting my canoe unstuck. I have been beached or something, if you want to put it in terms. But my kayak got stuck on a reef, and I've been for the last however long trying to get on. Well, I feel like I'm unstuck, and I feel like I'm whatever the water is like downstream or ahead of me or whatever, is that it's going to be okay because I've dealt with a lot of stuff in the past, and I'm just going to be prepared for stuff that I've already dealt with, which covers a dang bunch, of stuff. But that, to just have faith in the universe that I've made it this far, but the adventure keeps going. Now, it's not just for me and meeting other people and whatever, that's their adventure too. It's a joint thing. But here, I don't mean this about me but there are adventures out there for each of you in whatever you're doing. Whether it's Greg gets in touch with me and we go kayaking or something, 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 or, here I am, I'm down here, just get in touch with me and we'll plan it out, right? So, and it ain't gonna cost nothing, just get here. So, I don't want any money or if you want to pay a favor or something, but, y'all know I ain't in this for the money. I'm in this for the experience. So it's the experience for someone else, but it's also the experience for me to meet someone else on whatever journey they're on or something like that. And that's a good thing. It's a sharing. It's a the knowledge of what someone else is thinking or feeling. What do they see when they look up at the stars at night around the campfire? What are their feelings about, and what is this sharedness between us, when we seem to be connected, but we've never met, ain't that a great thing? So, my friends, I have yacked for 5 hours and 10 minutes. I'm slobbering and drooling. I need something to drink. I think I'm out. Oh, no, there's a little left. Leftover coffee. Yuck. So I take another sip. But my dear friends, Sunday's here. Have a great day. Barry and Michelle, I love you always. Thank you. Kaz and whoever else is left. Um, all of a sudden, I think I've hit the bowl too many times, but I've been here for 5 hours. So I want to say cheers to everybody. Please be safe. And there is a lot of craziness in this world, absolutely. And it's tough for people not to be affected. But if you dance with your heart, if the songs that you hear and you sing, tap your foot, um, so since I started with my drum, and since it's 5 hours and 11 minutes and 24 seconds later, I probably should finish up this session talking about energies and and drum and dancing and our energies with the universe, and end with a drum and a prayer. Because y'all know that I can't do 2 more hours. I don't know if I can do 2 more minutes, hardly. Yeah, yeah, I had to finish up with a drum. Yeah. I could hear it in my head, the drum, because I've been to so many different places with a drum that had a drum, not necessarily mine, but many different shaman, medicine men, natives have told me over the years that when I first went to my first powwow kind of thing, and it was like once you hear the drum and accept the drum in your heart, and that your heart beats with Mother Earth, and the drum is the connection, then you will always be one with Mother Earth, because you'll always, if you can always hear the drum. So no matter, earlier on it was like, yeah, okay, I only heard the drum once in a while. Now I don't have to have the drum. I hear the drum a lot of times in my head, and I just look up and go, somebody's drumming somewhere. I mean, it's just like, I can, it's like somewhere I've tuned in, not turned into, but tuned into, the powwow, radio in the universe, and somebody's drumming, somebody's singing, somebody's dancing. And it's like, what? And I can just sit here and hope, and hear the whole thing in my head, and it's like, and then there are those times when I just have to get my drum and kind of go along with whatever's being played at the same kind of tempo kind of thing. And there are times when I can hear the song. I don't really know what they're singing, so I try to get close. And so I try to go with the feeling of not necessarily what the words are or what they mean, but it's the intent of the sound of the words. Because sometimes you read the words of a native song, and it's hey ya hey ya hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey. So what the hell is that, right? So I was asking, having been invited with a drum, I said, so what is this? And they said, well, this is a song. I'm making this up, but this is the song about, Raven. Okay. And the hey ya hey ya hey, it's a pattern. But when are we singing this, we're thinking, here comes the raven. This song's for the raven. So the hey ya hey ya hey ya are just these words, but what they represent to the drum, not the drummers, but the drum as a collective. So what it means to the drum. So you look at the words and go, it's just hey ya hey ya hey ya hey. But there, it's the meaning and the intent of the drummer with the drum more than what the words imply or say. It's the drummer's intent. So it's like, what? So yeah, the words have meanings, but in this etherical way. So I was like, yeah. So, and I've sat and talked with many a drum and the powwows and the people. I've known several people that personally that, from Minnesota that, they had a drum that they put together. These guys are crazy. They drive 1,000 miles for a weekend just to drum, just to be a part of a powwow. And so it's what it meant to them, and it's what their elders taught them, and what Great Spirit had told them, that they had to build this drum and put it and protect it and travel with the drum. And I was like, and their journey with their drum and what they were doing. And I was like, holy crap. That was before I learned anything else. Good night, Travis. Good hanging out. But anyway, so hey, wash away the weight of you, the water wash away. Hey, clear the day, clear the head, clear the head. Wash away, wash away, wash away. Listen to my prayer and say, wash away, wash away. Hey, 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 in certain places, this drum has just an excellent frequency to it. And a dear friend of mine made this drum. I also apprenticed with her and made drums like this. She made this rattle I bought as a part of a thing that I had, but I learned that I have a drum, I have a beater, but by using this and having the rattle at the same time, you know, um, I would need another hand or another person to have a rattle, but you can't hit the drum too hard with this rattle. But anyway, so I found it to be, quite interesting. And the way I turn the drum and where I hit it on the drum head, because there's different thicknesses of the hide. So, and the combination with this, hear that spot right there? There's a pitch change, and all I'm doing is changing where I'm hitting it on the drum head. Watch this. Hear that tone change? Hear that got like tap, 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 tap. That's the center of the drum. See, out here on the edge, it almost dropped the tone. And see, there's a vibration right there that goes through my arm, through my hand, and down, So the drum is a drum, but a Native American drum, or drums like this, that have different tones on the drum head itself. Now, I tried this when I was at my brother's house up in Ohio. I'm going to say this little bit and then say adios to y'all and say good morning and good afternoon and good evening, wherever you may be. But in seeing being on a real drum set with a tom and this and that, and so in working the drumstick around the drum head, it was pretty consistent everywhere. Now, from the center out to the edge, there's a tonal change, but whether I went this way or this way, it didn't matter where on the drum head because it was stretched equally. But because of the animal hide, that the hide is different thicknesses, so it's approximately the same. And when you soak the leather to stretch it over the frame, some parts stretch a little thinner than others. So the drum head itself, the drum head itself has got different nuances and textures to it, you see. And so how it goes around this edge over here, you know, see, there's a different tone there. I can come over here. It's not quite the same. So for me, if you want a drum, then find someone that does authentic. What I mean by authentic, that it's a real hide on the drum. Don't get anything that's made out of some kind of something from a store kind of thing. No, you need real hide. Okay, and it needs to be stretched tight. So they can be fixed, they can be repaired, they can be wetted down and stretched more. I like to be able to use the back of this thing and I can squeeze these ribs and sometimes change the pitch of the drum head. So if anybody wants to learn how to drum or something, get yourself a drum. But remember, once you hear the drum in your head, it'll never leave you. And so I find and do find and have found that fact right there, that I can always hear the drum. I'll get an elk hide and try to make one. Yeah. And I got uh I've made, I don't know, 25 drums or something like that in a production series, because my friend got hurt and she needed drums for her stock, and she had tripped over my dog and broke her shoulder. And so I went up to Tennessee and helped her make them. And I made 20, 25 at least drums in the time that I was there, because I found, once I got the basic idea, I could make 2 or 3 drums a day. So, at the end of 3 or 4 days, I had a pretty good stock up. In fact, I had to take a day off because she had to get more hide out. And we had to do this and that, and blah, blah, blah. But, She kept the hides in a freezer until she needed them. Then she got them out and thawed them out. But so I used up all her hides, and she had to get them out of the freezer and soak them down and all that kind of thing. But um, there is a trick to, you know, in order to get a round one, there are pieces on the inside. Okay, there are for each size radius of drum or diameter, I guess it would be. These are blocks in here. Most of them are poplar. Um, I had her sign this, but the date's wrong, or maybe it isn't. Hmm. But anyway, so there are some folks that would try to take shortcuts, but anyway, these blocks are cut at a particular angle, and then you put them together in a simple frame, and you put one of those ratchet straps on it and glue it together, and that makes your basic frame. And then once it's glued together well, then you can take a buffer and go around the edges and make it more round. Okay, and but then the hide is strung over it um, while it's soaking wet, and then you take these with the holes that are here, and you pull it against each other to this middle section here, and then because you have to pull it tight all the way around, so your hands it if your hands are weak, you better toughen them up because you really got to stretch this leather when it's wet and pull it in and work it in and work it in and then snug up these ribs here to the center and you snug them up. Then you come over here and you work the leather a little bit and you pull it, you work it, and you snug it up. And then when you do, then you hang it up and let it dry. And then after it dries, um, then you should get a nice clean sound. Hear the vibration to it. Yeah, at one time I thought I was going to be able to make drums because I know how to make them. I learned from someone who made them and all that kind of stuff. There are a few things that I would have to like remember, and I did never made one from total scratch because she always had the hides cut out, right? However, knowing what I know about it, I don't think it would be difficult for me to figure that out. Now, my next door neighbors, who I love and they're wonderful people, are they do a lot of deer hunting, and so they're going to be deer hides. So before they haven't really been paying much attention to the hides, and I'm like, I would like to tan some, and see whether or not a deer hide, what kind of a drum it would make, because it would be similar to elk. And now these are cowhide. This is cowhide, so it acts differently. So what would deer hide? How would it work stretched over a drum? And so I've got all the equipment, um, to make a frame and this kind of stuff, and I could even put together if, especially if I decided to make more than one, um, that I would make a jig to put these in, right? So I could just put them in there and put the strap in, tie them all down, glue everything, because I've done it before, but at somebody else's shop. And they made me do it their way. And with what I know about stuff, I'd like, there, I think I could do this easier, but in their shop, you do it their way, but how you cut these blocks out and how you put them together and all that kind of stuff. I was going to burn the middle of a slab and make it for one piece of log. Yeah, I tried that too, but the log split. And then I had to use a strap to pull the log together, and then the other side split. It really didn't work. But it also depends on the wood. But still, when wood checks and cracks and stuff, it acts all weird. Um, but most of the drums that I've seen have been made from pieces. Uh, and I've seen a lot of different drum makers and stuff at different powwows, and they all basically use a very similar technique. Because all you got to do is look inside. You know, all you have to do is just look inside, and you can see. Now there are ways, Barry. There are ways that you can take strips of wood and um, steam them, heat them, and make a round one piece. But it's from a piece of wood that's, however long the diameter is, the circumference, right? So you get the circumference of it, and it's one piece, and so that you heat it, bend it, form it, and bring it around to itself, and then there are different ways of attaching the two ends, but it is one piece of wood. But it's out of, I don't know. Poplar is a popular wood for drum makers. Uh, it's sturdy, and after having had this for quite a few years, it's held up well. It's gone. It's gone swimming in the river. It's been quite a few places. Um, having it, I've still got some cherry wood around here that came out of some really ancient logs, like that head I carved that's so hard. So, also a friend of mine, he cut some. He brought it to me. I need to put it up. Um, Cedar, like about a 10-foot lengths of cedar, strip. And so if you had the right strip of wood, then you could bend one solid piece around, and then you could do an offset, you could do a dovetail if you wanted to, so when you got the two pieces together, it would literally fit together in a dovetail as one ring. And if you had a mold or whatever, so that you put it in after you got done steaming it, everything, that it would sit there and dry that way. So the next thing would be to cure it, but it could probably be done. I'm sure it has been done, but the native folk who are making these out on the road now have been using this block method for quite a long while. But in the old days, they they bent wood. There's this guy, and I've done it myself, taken a crooked limb, right? Just, a stick laying in the stream or something like that. It can't be, it can be cut, but not like dead. It's got to have spring to it. So, you test it out and you go, okay, but it's crooked as a dog's hind leg, and, and adding a cat or two, chasing each other, by the way. And put it over the fire. You get it wet and you work it. There's a really bad thing right there, and you get it wet a little bit, and you over the fire and you heat it and you twist it and you bend it and manipulate it, straighten that limb straight out. You would never ever believe that it was this crooked, mangled piece of limb. And so I've learned some amazing things just over a fire with a little bit of water. Now it was beside a stream that we were sitting when this guy demonstrated this to me. And I went, "You're kidding." Now there's some YouTube video out there about that too. Yeah, an arrow. Exactly. That is exactly right. So there are people who's like, how did Native Americans, make their arrows so straight? Well, this guy showed me, and I said, but it's all bent. He goes, watch this, right? But there's some video out there too. Um, but oh my God. So there's some amazing things that you can do with the right kind of wood and stuff like that. So I was cleaning out a section over here in the house that's overdue. I'm getting I'm doing stuff that's been overdue for a while. Whatever for whatever reason, it's a good thing. So I'm also here to tell you, if I can do it, you can do it. So if something's been holding you back from getting something accomplished, get over it, get up and get over it. Now, I've spent the last several years with a broken radiator, and it's just been stupid that I let this go on. Wasn't going anywhere, the lockdown and all that, but that ain't the point. I should have fixed it. So there are things in our lives that sometimes we should just go ahead and fix them. But anyway, I love you all. It's 5 hours and 35 minutes. You got another hour out of me, Michelle. I love you. Um, but yeah, so there's some amazing things that we can do. But yeah, if I could get my shop and everything fixed up, because I've got all kinds of, drills and presses, and I do need a new miter saw though. I do. Mine has gotten too old. But yeah, I could work up how many pieces there are and what the distance is and the angle and all that in just a little bit, and probably find some wood around here that I start um, cutting chunks. But these are made. The wood in this particular one and the ones that she made was made out of poplar. That's like I don't know, about 3/4 of an inch thick. So. Well, thank you, Barry. Yeah, it's been crazy. We've got I'm kind of all over the place, but of one thing I try to be consistent with, and that's the spirituality and the connection to all of it. And there's just so many ways that we can dance in the twilight without being scared and being comfortable and good people, and our energies are into the universe, and you know we love you all and accept you as long as you're good people. I don't care what you do or where you've been, or um, if you're seeking the same basic things that I am, there's peace on earth, and to now for me, now I've always been the adventurer. So, but I mean, I worked a regular job, but I would plan every 2 or 3 months an adventure, right? So I've got all this time on my hand, but I know I'm repeating myself, but I've used the truck and other things to be my excuse to not go on adventures. I think I, I will replay with coffee later. I'm going to go to bed. Okay, Witch Moon. Love you much and sleep well. But for me to be hanging out and doing this is like, this is just craziness. But I, in a lot of ways, doing 5 or 6 or 7 hours of whatever it is, just because Michelle wants me to, is the fact that it, with all the stuff that has been locked up in my brain and all the serious hits and bangs and medicines and stuff, that it's part of my healing to try to get my brain cells reconnected, and to make sure. I mean, deep inside, I know how my connection is to the universe, but as a shaman in training, you have to be able to express those feelings, and my connection, your connection, our connection to the universe. And sometimes it's like it takes 5 hours to try to explain it. And the different nuances in it. So I feel like sometimes I'm the only crazy one of the bunch, because I think in such odd, areas over here. Because I've questioned a lot of stuff over the years. So now, with my accumulated weirdness, I look at the universe and I go, okie doke, good night, witch moon, or good morning, or whatever, or both, as the case may be. But um, for every time I have felt connected and really strong to the universe comes along and ups the ante and said, well, if you thought this was cool, watch this, and then you get another boost or whatever. And so for me, that's sort of what I mean by the adventure. So the adventure of traveling down to see Brian, and the fact that I have gotten up off my duff, fixed the truck, I've done these things right, and so I'm motivated instead of being, more um, of a recluse and making up excuses to not go on adventures. It's just, poppycock, right? Well, I don't want to, I can sit here anytime I want to, but to go off and do an adventure, so I think everyone, I'm saying this because I think everyone needs to go off on an adventure. Watching the folks who, on TV, they're talking about masks and this and the other thing, and then they show the sports section where all these kids, are getting ready for homecoming. They're all together and hanging out. Ain't nobody got a mask on, and then they, strive for 75 is the commercial, and then they show tidbits of the kids at the college, and nobody's wearing a mask. And so it's so freaking confusing, but the irony or whatever it is, it's like people see it, and to some of the stuff that may bother you and me, they just ain't paying attention to it. Well, I don't need it, or something, or blah blah blah, whatever it is. They there aren't people arguing with each other and pointing fingers at one another. You ain't wearing. Now there are the odd ones out there, but it's whatever has changed for all of us this year. This year's different. It ain't like last year. It ain't like last fall. It ain't like it. This something has changed, and it's to the positive. People are talking with one another. I know there's hateful people out there. There are drug addicts and their brains are scattered. But normal folk, we're wanting to go out and go kayaking. We're wanting to just meet and have lunch. Where just not me and you, but I mean other folk are making plans. They're very simple, but they're making plans to go meet other people, family and stuff. And and the government wants to tell us, during the holiday season, you can only have so many family members within your house. And I'm like, do you think anybody's listening to that shit? Some are. There are some people who are delirious over this and the panic, and other folks are going like, "We're just going to have Thanksgiving. Come over if you get a chance. We're going to eat it. We're gonna have dinner at 2. Y'all come over. We'll set a plate out for you. In checking in with other channels who have left YouTube and gone to other things. I've been doing some, what are these people up to? What are they saying now after leaving YouTube or getting kicked off or whatever? We love you, YouTube. You've been nice to us. And Bob, thank you. The big picture. Um, what are they saying on other platforms now since they've moved? And it's been interesting to catch up with some of these folks. And you've heard me talk recently about the white hats. Pooey, the white hats are doing this, and oh, the white hats are, yeah, right. And so there are still things happening that seem to be the good guys. Okay, now I will not deny that, but the things that were promised 2 years ago by the white hats that still hasn't happened. Now, a lot of stuff gets in the way. I know you make these plans and then you find out that you've got traitors, or that this has happened, or something else happens, or there's a freaking, a hurricane or a volcano blows up. I mean, stuff happens. So, but in that though, some of these promises by these folks who claim to be with the white hats, I'm just like, I don't want to hear white hats anymore, because there's so many promises that have been broken. And I just don't want to listen, right? So it's been a while since I checked in with the white hat folks, right? to see. So there are some of these folks who are kind of disappointed and disgruntled and pissed off themselves. One reason why they kind of shut up and didn't necessarily go dark, but they calmed down a bit and changed sort of some of the discussion, because what the White Hats had promised them had not transpired in the time that they said it was going to. So a lot of skeptical people out there, even the folks that thought they knew what they were getting, oh, we got, first having information and all this, and the White House. Okay, well, guess what? They got their, somebody peed in their cereal too. So, but anyway, but it's interesting though that, for example, about 2 weeks ago now, there was this steel bridge in Italy or Greece or something, and it caught on fire and part of the bridge collapsed because hobos built a fire on a steel bridge. And if you looked at it, I was like, oh, look, 9/11. And folks were like, what? I think I've mentioned it too. It's like, I'm sorry, but we've got an old Confederate steel bridge that I go under a lot down here, where I put in, right? And if you built a fire out there, that bridge is, Civil War bridge would not collapse if you built a fire on some of the, the wooden, it was the roadbed actually that big pylons were put across. And if you caught one of them on fire, it wouldn't burn the steel; it would only burn the wood. And so this idea that hobos built a fire on this bridge and the steel collapsed because of this is just like stupid, right? So, but it's been mentioned in that these are some of the things that have sort of been out in the public, and that people are, well, hobos did it, and other people are going, nah, I don't think so. The hobos didn't do that. They could have, hobos didn't do that. Unless they had ray guns and particle, beam things, maybe, but anyway, so there's craziness going on out there. And with my meditations and askings of the universe, what do we need to do? And the answer is we need to continue to dance. We need to dance with our hearts and with our spirits, whether we actually do it with our feet or not. We need to do it with our spirits and our mind and our intentions. And we be thankful for what we do have. Uh, you know, Unfortunately, these crazy people kind of make life interesting, even though they do weird shit and come up with some crazy stuff. You know, Gotta say they keep life interesting. Hobos burn a steel bridge down with they're cooking their dinner. That's got to really be one that just for the books. But how many, the folks that I saw in comments, nobody said, "Oh, shame on them hobos." Everybody said, "Hobos didn't do that." So, yeah, Thermite had to do that. Actually, Barry is probably more than that. Like, sure enough, an outer space kind of a beam weapon that heats up the metal. Because thermite has a tendency to want to act like a fireworks. And this didn't act like a firework. It was just a fire. There was no like sparks that came off of it, like welding kind of thing. So it was, but with these, like the thing that hit the towers, it heats the metal, like a microwave in a way from the inside out. So there are no sparks. It just collapses. And it's like, yeah. And there, for me, what I saw, I was like, it seemed like there was evidence that was exactly what was happening. There was an invisible ray that was heating up the metal to the point that it fractured, because there wasn't anything going off. You know what I mean? The fire on top of it was just a cover. But anyway, that's my 10 cents. Thermite, quite possibly. There's all kinds of stuff that there are those who say that really wasn't thermite. That was particle thingy. And it's the good guy, bad guy on upper levels that are going like, well, you did that to this. Well, we'll show you. And they're like, I don't know, they're bickering like kids in a schoolyard. These people, some of these entities in outer space should know better. But, you know, when your mother's a lizard and your daddy's a dinosaur, then you might not have, you know, your intentions might be just laser is what quite possible. Yeah, but you don't really see the beam. But so in that, those folks who were comparing the bridge to them buildings, that it was like things happened in a similar way. And it was, I quite agree. As soon as I saw the bridge thing, I was like, look at that. That's just like, and I, I didn't go any further because having watched it, having seen that other building go down in Miami and how weird all that mess was, and some of these other things around the planet, there was a 10-story apartment building or something that burned, but it burned and killed all these people, but the structure was still there. So how is that possible? Compared to some of these other things that have happened. Like a couple of years ago, the whole side of this building caught on fire and it burned for days, and there was no structural difference. And I'm sorry, you could have thrown all the kerosene on it, and it wouldn't have burned any hotter. But anyway, um, so having witnessed myself one spaceship shooting down another over my house and seeing that beam of light blow up that other one, and just vaporized it. Okay. It did not explode. It vaporized it. I'm like, anything's possible. But to say that a bunch of hobos, are the ones that caused that bridge to collapse, you just got to laugh at yourself and go, no, that's the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. Hobos burned a steel building down. I mean, a steel bridge down. That'd be like, all the hobos in the world going to the Brooklyn Bridge and trying to burn it down with a fire. Come on. Soldiers come out of the marching and step crossing the bridge because of our. Yes, Travis, that's right. Yeah, but a steel bridge, not that. And that bridge had been around for a long time, and there wasn't anybody walking. But I understand what you mean by that. Yes, there. It's like a harmonic displacement. That's not it. Oh, I had it just a second ago. I'm tired and slightly stoned. But yeah, but this particular one with the fire and everything, it just wasn't the fire. That's just all there is to it. Too many other folks going, nah, not this time. But one of the things that's so interesting that I continue to see, and I want people to just keep your eye on, they have shown us in a game show that they can take a person backstage and it look like an avatar or a real person in 3D right in front of God and everybody. And nobody's reacting to that. Oh, what a cool game show that is. What about the technology? I've been, looking through oh, it's a really cool game show and people get to it, and they live out their fan. Yeah. Okay. But what about the technology? Well, they use the green screen. Yeah, but this is 3D and they're not talking about that technology. And I think that's a big deal. I think it's part of, if you would like to say, a soft disclosure of alien technology or stuff we've been working on, or, and that here we are, and it's called a game show. So, and so people are buying into it and ain't that cool. And it is, don't get me wrong. But like, they introduced this technology in a game show. It might have been a combination of metals that the structure was made out of that was designed to vaporize through demolition. It was on. Yeah. I would agree with that, Travis. But here's the thing: my brain, who watched one UFO destroy the other one, I'm like, so my internal angel guys and folks are going. As soon as they saw it, they were like, "Guess what? Bzzz. Oh, really?" So that for me, now take that for what it's worth. But you know, my angel guys kicked in right away and went, zzz, and gave you this picture, and I was like, "Oh." And then I watched the video, and I went, "Yeah, I kind of see your point there." But anyway, that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. But I'm always open for discussion. But anyway, but um, let's put it this way: the hobos did not do it. Okay, something else was involved, whether it be beamed weapon or structural. But the hobos didn't do it. That was just the cover. Let's just, can we agree on that part? I'm having been a homeless hobo myself and lived in the swamps. I've built some really neat fires, but nothing to melt, to melt steel, okay, or hot enough to cause some kind of chain reaction. I mean, we've thrown aluminum cans and stuff into fire, and they'll get red and kind of gooey, but you know, not big structural steel. Harmonic resonance. Thank you. That I was sort of thinking about that earlier, the harmonic frequency. And there's a dissonance, a discordance. Um, the resonance, if the resonance is opposite, and it can be off just by just a bit, it'll rip something to shreds. But yeah, and you won't see that coming either. And we do have that technology, but I still think the fire was just a cover. But anyway, I love you all. I'm tired. I want to go get something else to drink because what's in that glass is nasty, and I'm out of stuff. It's been 6 hours now. Michelle got another 30 minutes out of me. We're coming up on another 20, but I ain't waiting. I'll do a hit with you now and say a prayer and wish you a happy Sunday and good vibrations to everyone. Um, Trying out my new glass pipe that I got at the local store that just opened a couple of months ago. Got all kinds of pipes and hookahs and oh my god, yeah, all kinds of stuff. Really nice gentleman that runs it. Yeah, good morning, everyone. So, thank you, Barry, and everybody, Travis, hanging out and coming back and all that good stuff, and Witch Moon and folks that'll be around. I really do love you all. You all are great folks. Keep up the good work, and we'll figure it out. There's going to be stuff along the way, and we all need different opinions, and that's okay. I'm open for discussion, but I'm sorry, hobos burning the bridge is not one of the things that you're going to make me believe. Having worked in steel buildings and structural and welding and mechanic, nah, sorry, you know. And you could tell me that aliens came with blowtorches and did it, and I would believe that long before I would ever believe that hobos set a fire on their cooking dinner that did it. That's my point. Hey, Deborah. Good morning to you, but it's good night for me and many of us who've been here for I'm almost 6 hours into this now. So, but we love you and thanks for hanging out. Hoping that this video has got some, pertinent information for folks. I know go on for too long and so forth sometimes, but you know, um, the main thing, for me, as many of you know, is that with all the negative and stuff that's going on, am always asking the universe, help me show ways for folks to, keep up their spirits, to not let all, and there's so much crap. It's easy to get yanked down, right? But there's not many people out there that are trying to help people back up. So I want to be one of those folks that says, look, yeah, it's crazy out there. Yes, it's nutty. And yes, we're in. strange situations and energies. And yes, yes, yes. But, you know, if we remember who we are and if we remember our energies and how we are always connected to the universe and how the songs we hear in our heads or on the radio, when we tap our fingers, we tap our feet, we're dancing with the universe. Go ahead and dance and give it all you got. You don't have to do it with your physically, you can do it with your mind, you can do it with your thoughts. Pass the dance along. Native Americans and Native peoples around the world do dancing to increase the frequencies and the vibration of around them and to send their prayers into the universe. And that it's very, valid and very valuable and very powerful to them. That during their dance, the dance is the motion of the universe, and they're working with it to send their love and energy or whatever to the universe. And so it's like, so each one of us can dance in our hearts. Each one of us can share this energy. Each one of us can participate anytime and all the time, anywhere. With all we have to do is just think about it. So think about that for a good morning. And 6 hours right there. That's a good place to stop. We got 3 minutes before the 20. So I'll do this. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn, to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Each day when I put my 2 feet on the ground and me and Duggar go out to check the outside and feed the cats, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And then that law of three, which should be very important to thee, is that I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe. Sometimes they're so small, you don't get it until later. But I also want to say, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to reject those things in your life that just aren't necessary. And I applaud you and stand behind you when you stand up and say, this stuff is just nonsense and I'm just not going to let it bother me. That's a big step. And it's an important step for all of us and everyone. You just rolled. Okay. Hey, well, I'm going to smoke one with you because it's, almost 20s after here, Alexander. So since you came back, you're in Aruba. Well, hello, Aruba from South Georgia. The sun's starting to do its thing, but not quite. Yeah, it's we got the same time here. I got 6:19, Alex, the Gunda shaman. Yeah, well, I'm waiting for the 20, but good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. And I really do. Me and Doug both. We wish y'all a good, a good time. But this thing about the dance, thank you, Barry. This thing about the dance, honestly, there were times when I first learned about it that there were times when I was so frustrated and I didn't know what to do. And I mean, as an engineer, I was having issues here and the wife and the this and oh my God, there was so much stuff going on. And so on my trips home, when I had visits from White Dove, she would say, just when you get like that, just listen for the drum. But I was like, there's so much chaos, I can't hear the drum. And this is what she would say: the drum is always there. Just believe, 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 believe. The drum is always there, meaning the heartbeat of Mother Earth is always there. So if we believe it, then if there's, for me, there was so of this, with being an engineer and family, just stuff, life, right? Which everybody goes through. So I can attest to, having been there, in at least in my situation, as far as participating in life, right? And that, there were times when it would just be so crazy and I would just stop, whatever was going on. And sometimes there'd be two or three people standing around and I would stop for a couple of seconds and say, and in my head, I would say, somewhere there's a drum, somewhere someone's drumming, somewhere, and the heartbeat of Mother Earth. Yes, I believe. And this thought takes about 2 seconds max to go for it to just be in your head and you understand it. And all of a sudden I could hear the drum. And it was just, I'll leave, with for believe is very important and the feeling of it. Absolutely. So, since y'all just got here, I did stay for the 20, Michelle. It's all your fault. I'll leave with the drum. Okay, this will be the last. But it just seems appropriate today for some reason. Hey, 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 watch the sun walk away. Hey, hey, what's to say? They walk dead off away. Ah, hey, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, ah, hey. Sunshine that walks away. Bring the sun to keep us safe. Wash away to bring the way. Hey, ah, hey, wah, hey, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Thank you to the moon. Thank you to the sun. Thank you to the universe. Thank you for all the prayers. Thank you to all of you wonderful people. Have a good rest of the weekend. I can't seem to put the drum down. I might end up going outside and jumping around and dancing myself. But keep it in your heart. It's always there. Someone's always drumming. And, sometimes it might be me. Like right now, and just like, so who's doing the drumming? Me, us. We are participating in the drum. We are participating with Mother Earth. We are participating with other folks that believe this. We believe, that our breath, our heartbeats can all join with each other, and that we could also, that we're breathing and our heartbeats are one with Mother Earth. So, when you just, it's just believe, just accept it. It's like, well, it's a drum, it's all this kind of stuff. It's some kind of native savage crap. It's kind of really just basic, you know. It's a drum, it's intent. My intent in what I was saying was that, for the sunrise, thank you to the sunrise, and for the sunshine to wash away the darkness and to, shine on, and, to bring us life. So that was just now what my prayer was for this, my song, right? And that's my intent. As the sun's getting ready to come up, why not have a drum and say thank you to the universe, the end of a nice, um, visit with all you people, and to be able to share this, and that for myself to do the drum as the sun's coming up, and then to share it with y'all. It's like, wow, thank you to the universe. It makes it extra special, right? So with this drum, with my prayer then is to continue, that y'all will hear the drum when you need it, so that you can continue to dance. There aren't necessarily any words, but to hear the drum. We are on one with Mother Earth. So, time to get something to drink, time to go pee, time to let the dog out, time to go do all that kind of stuff. Y'all have a great day. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, everyone. You know, I think you know what my intent is. My intent is to try to spread, good thoughts and energies as much as possible. And the fact that you all hang out with me as long as you do shows that there are people out there that share this same basic philosophy. So I know wherever you go and whatever you do, you're going to share it. So keep up the good work, gang. Um, I'm I got to go outside and look at the sky. So I love you all. Till next time, please be safe. And from Southwest Georgia, we thank you, Bob, and TTFN, everybody. It's almost time for we. you know, um, and it's time for everybody to get rest, be safe, and when you think things are just clouding overhead, if nothing else, you can say for the last 6 hours I've been. Thank you, Alexander, and oh, I can't see anybody else, but anybody else there, I love you all. I do. I'm too tired and at the moment stoned, so we'll just end it at that. But cheers, everybody. Please be safe. Look overhead. There's some crazy shit going on up there, but and there's things in this universe that we're learning more and more about it. It's just for some folks, it's going to be stranger and stranger. So keep the wits about you and hear the drum in your head. Someone somewhere is always drumming. Love you all. Till next time. Thank you. Cheers.